former Ambassador Sri T.P. Srinivasan sir for this 9th edition of UN Replica. Over to Ms. Rosemary.
Good morning, delegates. Welcome to the second day. We are all happy to see you. We hope the audience section will also fill up really soon. And without much ado, I would like to request Srinivasan sir to make the initial statements. And after that, we can begin with the proceedings. Yes, sir?
Well, thank you very much. I'm excited to be here. Several years since I've been in a Security Council meeting, so it is very nostalgic. So we are discussing a very important issue, very live issue, because even while we are discussing, the war is progressing. Many new developments have taken place. Most important being President Putin coming out with a new nuclear formula. You must have read about it, which makes it easier for him to use the nuclear weapons. So this is a signal that he will go to that extent in order to win the war. And on the side of Ukraine, there has been some disappointments because they suspect that the new president might withdraw support for Ukraine. Not entirely, but may reduce the support so that they will become weak. So both sides are very nervous about what is going to happen now that President Trump has been elected. He had said that he would end the war on the first day, but his first day is only January 20th. So his first day has not yet come, so we don't know. Two things he has promised. One, that he will stop the two wars, and also that he will send out all the illegal migrants into the US. It is something like 11 million people. He is threatening to deport them to their original countries. It will be a big operation, so he says he is going to use the American army to get these people out. So it will be a big operation. And I don't know how he will manage it. So these are the two main anxieties about President Trump's new avatar, the new incarnation. So the world politics is truly influenced by this. Of course, we do not have to adjust anything because we are actually doing something which has already happened at the UN. So you don't need to change it in that sense. Because what has happened in the UN is every resolution relating to this war has been vetoed by the Russians. And therefore, nothing can happen in the Security Council. So the Security Council is paralyzed. So you can be inventive, you can make new suggestions, etc. But the fact is that at the end of the meeting, we will have no resolution. Because whatever you write, Russian Federation will vote against it. So it's a frozen kind of situation. So what you need to do in your interventions is to reflect the thinking of the countries concerned. General Assembly is more general, but here you are only 15 of you and 5 of you are permanent members. So you should know exactly where each one of them stands. I don't know the non-permanent members. Permanent members' position we already know. And I hope you have read the statements of the countries that you are representing. That's very important because you should be very correct and clear where you stand. Because everybody knows where you stand, but how you express it is the test of a Security Council speech. And the other thing give you some comfort is that Security Council speeches are always read. Everybody is supposed to bring in a text. You don't speak extempore in the Security Council. Everyone brings a text, circulates the copies, etc., etc. So that is one aspect of Security Council which is good because you don't have to worry about making a speech without a text. So everybody uses a text. And particularly the president will have a text which will say what he will do, what he will say at every stage of the proceedings. So it is simpler. So we will start with this general debate. And it'll be you start from a particular this end or that end, and then it should go one after the other in the alphabetical order. And the president himself or herself will speak at the end after everybody else has spoken. And then the president will say, now I speak as the representative of my particular country. So she puts on a different hat when she speaks. So after that, we will go to an informal meeting and then final voting. So it should not take too long. We should finish before lunchtime so that we can go into all other aspects in the afternoon. Okay, any questions? Has President any questions? You have any questions? No, okay, you know what to do. You have a text of the procedure, you have a text, right? Yes? Oh, okay. Any other questions? All right, then let's go ahead.
I call to order the 9445th Security Council of the United Nations. Today's agenda of the Security Council is the strategies for conflict resolution in Ukraine crisis. The distinguished representative of China has asked to speak.
So the delegate of China, we have asked him to take the spot of delegate of China. The delegate of China is actually on the way. So is there something we can do about it? Can we start with Guyana? Sorry? We'll start from the other side? I didn't get it.
No, start from this United Arab Emirates is this side. Start from there.
A seat with the audience right now. We will be requested to join the Security Council when it is your time to speak. Thank you so much.
Is there any other non-members?
No, everybody else is a member.
So you please stay on the side. They invite you.
We'll start with America, United States.
Please remove that.
The distinguished representative of United States of America has asked to speak. I give the floor to the distinguished delegate of the United States of America.
Hello. Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates. We convene today at a crossroad, not only for Ukraine, but for the principles of sovereignty, principle and international law that form the foundation of this institution. Russia's unprovoked and brutal aggression has thrust the world into one of its most perilous moments since the end of the Cold War. This is not merely a conflict between nations. It is a defining test of our collective values, our resolve, and our commitment to the UN Charter. Since February 2022, Ukraine has endured relentless attacks that have left cities in ruins, displaced over millions of people, and claimed countless innocent lives. These atrocities are not confined to Ukraine. They reverberate across borders, deepening global food insecurity, destabilizing energy markets, and jeopardizing the livelihoods of millions, particularly in the global south. Russia's recent escalation, including the indiscriminate strike on civilian infrastructure and nuclear brinkmanship, must not go unanswered. The use of fear to mask failure and desperation does not project strength. It undermines that very principles of peace and security that this council exists to uphold. To Russia, I say this: You have isolated yourself economically, diplomatically, and morally. Each missiles you fire, each life you destroy, deepens your isolation. The path forward is not war, but withdrawal. Not devastation, but diplomacy. The United States' commitment to action. The United States reaffirms its unwavering commitment to Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Our decision to provide advanced defensive capabilities, including long-range missiles, is guided by three principles: to empower Ukraine to defend its sovereignty, to uphold international law and justice, to create conditions for a just and lasting peace. Let it be clear. This is not escalation. This is accountability. It is our message to the world that aggression will not go unchallenged and sovereignty will not be sacrificed. While we confront political complexity of this war, we must not lose sight of its human toll. The recent strikes in Odessa, which killed many civilians, including children, and left dozens more injured, remind us that this is not a battle of militaries alone, but a tragedy borne by the innocent. The United States proposed the immediate establishment of UN-supervised humanitarian corridors to ensure the safe evacuation of civilians and the delivery of essential aid. A global humanitarian fund to support displaced populations funded by willing nations and international institutions. This council must condemn attacks on civilian infrastructure and hold accountable those responsible for these atrocities. Justice is not optional. It is prerequisite for peace. The United States believes that a sustainable resolution to this crisis requires a multifaceted approach. Immediate ceasefire, inclusive peace talks, reconstruction, and reconciliation. To nations that remain neutral, I ask, does silence in the face of aggression not embolden those who violate international law? Neutrality is complicity. The consequences of this war, food insecurity, inflation, and instability affect every corner of the globe. We must act decisively to ensure this council remains a force for justice and not a forum for paralysis. To the Russian Federation, the message is simple: withdraw your forces, respect Ukraine's borders, return to the principles of diplomacy and the global community. To the people of Ukraine, your courage is beckoned to the world. The United States will stand with you today, tomorrow, and for as long as it takes until your sovereignty is fully restored. Your people are safe and your future is secure. Esteemed delegates, this is a moment that will define the legacy of this council. Will we rise to defend sovereignty and peace, or will we let aggression erode the foundations of the international order? Let us prove the United Nations remains greatest hope for humanity, united by common purpose, justice, peace, and dignity for all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, distinguished representative.
Excuse me. I think the speeches should be shorter. How long did it take? How many minutes did you take?
I think it's take around 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Yeah.
No, it was longer. No? What do you think? Well, between 3 and 5. So it will be shorter. I mean, points everybody knows, so it doesn't have to elaborate too much. Okay.
Thank you, distinguished representative of the United States of America. Now I give the floor to the Swiss Confederation to present their statement.
On another form, when you speak for the first time, you must congratulate the president. Although it is by rotation, you maintain the myth that she has been elected. So every speech in the Security Council begins by congratulating the president on the assumption of office of the president of Security Council for the month of, what is this month? November. You know that every month the Security Council president rotates. So end of November, it will be the present president, and then you have automatically change over to another president. So this is a ritual that you always follow, okay?
Honorable President, distinguished members of the United Nations Security Council. First of all, I would like to congratulate the delegate of United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland for becoming the president of this November's Security Council. As the delegate of Swiss, we express profound concern over Russia's continued aggression in Ukraine and the severe consequences that this invasion has brought upon countless innocent lives. Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine not only stands in stark violation of international law, but also defies the values of peace and stability that this body was created to protect. The consequences have been tragic, and our collective inaction only serves to deepen the devastation. We urge the UN to act swiftly and decisively. The impact of Russia's actions on the ground is grave, and the international community must respond. The humanitarian impact is dire. Over 700 healthcare centers in Ukraine have allegedly been attacked, depriving Ukrainians of essential medical care and violating the right to health. Hospitals and medical workers are protected under international law. Attacking them is both morally and legally indefensible. Russia's capture of Chernobyl introduced a new dangerous threat. Russian forces reportedly disturbed radioactive areas without proper knowledge and safety measures, risking contamination that could extend beyond Ukraine's borders. The irresponsibility displayed here could have had catastrophic consequences for the region. Also, Russia's use of ICBM yesterday was a serious threat which could escalate to nuclear war. We have to highlight the serious challenge posed by Russia's misuse of its veto power, which obstructs the Security Council's ability to act and undermines the United Nations Foundation. This misuse allows powerful nations to evade accountability, setting a dangerous precedent that paralyzes the Council in critical situations. To address this, we propose a veto restraint for humanitarian crises, urging permanent members, including Russia, to refrain from vetoing resolutions that address urgent humanitarian needs. In light of these grave concerns, we present the following 6-point action plan. We urge the creation of a UN-monitored humanitarian corridors and safe zones in high-risk areas of Ukraine to protect civilians and facilitate the delivery of essential aid. We are offering to host peace talks in Geneva to facilitate dialogue between Russia and Ukraine with the support of UN-appointed mediators. We advocate for sanction structure that links relief to measurable progress in peace efforts, using sanctions as leverage to encourage de-escalation. We propose a UN Reconstruction and Development Fund for Ukraine to support post-war recovery and ensure long-term stability. We call for unity and decisive action against violations, urging accountability for Russia's actions. The veto, intended as a mechanism of peace, has become a barrier to justice and a shield for wrongdoing. The people of Ukraine and the world are watching to see if we can act impartially and effectively. Let us, the United Nations, not stand idly by. We urge this Council to adopt our proposals, to pursue diplomatic resolutions, and to act with urgency and determination. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the Swiss Confederation for the statement. Next, I give the floor to the distinguished delegate of Slovenia to make the statement.
Toh Pradhan Spoštivani Varno Snega Sveta. Thank you, Madam President. The delegation of Slovenia congratulates the delegate of United Kingdom for Great Britain and Northern Ireland on the presidency for the Security Council and looking forward to your leadership. How does a permanent member of this council entrusted with upholding the international peace and security justify invading a sovereign nation, inflicting the untold suffering and shattering the global trust? The answer is clear. You cannot. No justification exists for this brutal and unprovoked aggression against Ukraine. Russia's actions are not defense. They are an outright aggression, an attack on peace, freedom, and everything that this council is meant to protect. By its own hands, Russia has undermined the very principles it has sworn to uphold. This is a betrayal not only for Ukraine, but the global community and the Charter of the United Nations itself. Slovenia stands firmly with Ukraine and its people, who are outrageously defending their homes, sovereignty, and future. This war is not merely an assault against Ukraine. It's an assault on the international law and the core values of justice, equality, and sovereignty. Millions of Ukrainians now live without the basic needs like heat, electricity, and enduring the unimaginable hardships as the world watches. Now that this council must not remain as a bystander, words are insufficient, and it's time for a decisive action. First off, an immediate and unconditional withdrawal of Russian troops from all the Ukrainian territory, including Crimea and Donbass. A United Nations-led peace process that ensures Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity are fully respected. Third, the deployment of an impartial international monitoring phase to oversee a ceasefire and prevent further escalations. Fourth, justice and accountability. Obviously, for those responsible for the war crimes and atrocities must face at the international court. Russia, as a permanent member of this council, your actions are a disgrace to the values of United Nations. Your aggression defies the very purpose of this institution and stains its credibility. This council was created to protect the peace, not to provide cover to the aggression by its most privileged members. To the Russian Federation, we say, you will not only break Ukraine's spirit, nor divide the global community. But remember, the world is watching you, and the history will remember your actions. Stop the war, respect Ukraine's sovereignty, and work towards peace. To my fellow council members, I urge, this is a defining moment, not just for Ukraine, but for the integrity of this council and our collective future. Let us act boldly and uphold the principles we represent. Slovenia stands ready to do its part, and we call on all of you all to do the same. Because together we can end this conflict, and together we can defend justice and peace. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Slovenia. Next, I give the floor to the distinguished delegate of Russia to make the statement.
Thank you, Your Excellency and distinguished delegates. Firstly, I would like to congratulate the representative of the United Kingdom, Great Britain, and Northern Ireland for their selection as the President of the Security Council. The delegation of Slovenia had just mentioned, Russia is at war with Ukraine. But let me remember, we are not at war with Ukraine. We are at war to protect ourselves from Ukraine. The Russian Federation has always got a lot of criticisms regarding the charter, regarding the violations of the charter. Let me provide two examples for that. Firstly, Article 2, Subclause 4 of the UN Charter clearly prohibits the use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. This has been a criticism to Russia. Russia has consistently emphasized that its actions are not aimed at undermining Ukraine's sovereignty, but rather at protecting the rights of the Russian-speaking population in the Donbass region. We believe that the principle of self-determination as enshrined in the Charter must be respected. Secondly, Article 51 provides for the inherent right of individual or collective self-defense if an armed attack occurs against a member of the United Nations. Russia's action have been a response to the threats posed by the Ukrainian government to the Russian-speaking population in the Donbass region. we have taken measures to ensure the safety and security of our citizens in line with our right to self-defense. We must always note that we must address the role of other nations in the conflict. The aggressive expansion of NATO and the imposition of sanctions have only exacerbated tensions. These actions have not only failed to bring about peace, but have also contributed to the suffering of the Ukrainian people. It is imperative that all parties involved recognize their responsibilities and work towards genuine and lasting solutions. The situation in Ukraine is a direct result of NATO's eastward expansion and the threat it poses to the Russian security. We would like to propose something in favor of the Council. Firstly, we would like to recommend all member nations to invoke the Geneva Conventions to highlight the humanitarian situation in the eastern Ukraine. We argue that Ukraine's actions have led to a humanitarian crisis and that Russia is acting to protect civilians and prevent further suffering. We would also like member nations to emphasize the importance of implementing the Minsk agreements, which were brokered by the OSCE and signed by Ukraine, Russia, and other regions. Ukraine has failed to implement the arguments, and we are acting to ensure their implementation. We would also like to request member nations to invoke UNGA Resolution 3314, which solely defines aggression. We argue that Ukraine's actions in eastern Ukraine constitute aggression and that Russia is acting in self-defense. We would also like to propose two major solutions forward. Firstly is we would engage with the Council of Europe's Venice Commission to address the concerns about the human rights situation in eastern Ukraine, and we would also like to cooperate with the OSCE Special Monitoring Mission to Ukraine to monitor the situation on ground and facilitate a peaceful resolution to the conflict. We are open to negotiations. We are ready to consider any realistic, non-politicized initiative. We would only consider a settlement which was based on taking into account our interests. I would like to emphasize once again, the key word is taking into account the interests of our country, the current situation on ground, and guarantees of compliance with relevant agreements. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of Russia, for the statement. I now give the ground to the distinguished representative of the Republic of Sierra Leone to make the statement.
We congratulate the delegate of United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland of being elected as the President of UNSC. Respected President and fellow delegates, next year marks the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. Over the decades, we have witnessed the UN endure numerous global crises, from the Cuban Missile Crisis to the war in Afghanistan. Yet, the survival of this institution has not been due to endless discussions or speeches. No, it has been because we acted when needed. In 1950, when a country was invaded, its territorial integrity and sovereignty were under threat. Its people were suffering, and the hope for freedom was fading. What did we do? What did the Security Council do? We did not sit idly by waiting for the war to resolve itself. We did not watch as a country was erased from the map. We acted. In the name of peace, we went to war, and we gave that country its light and hope back. But now, nearly 80 years later, we find ourselves with another country and its people suffering. The difference, however, is that today, we hesitate to act. Why? The enemy of yesterday are still the enemies of today. Yet we are afraid to act in the face of aggression. What has changed? This is a call to every nation here. We must not sit idle while a sovereign state is crushed under the weight of unjust aggression. Today, a country's sovereignty and territorial integrity have been violated in direct contravention of Article 2, Paragraph 4 of the UN Charter, which prohibits the use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. Its people are suffering, and the hope for peace is dimming with each passing day. It's our duty to act, to prevent this country from being lost in darkness. We cannot allow nations to question the rules based on order or undermine international law. The return of captured territories to the rightful sovereign state is not just a matter of justice. It is a matter of preserving global stability. We cannot stand by as aggression and violence threaten peace around the world. The time to act is now, and we must act swiftly. For the sake of the future, for the children of this world, for the will of the people, and for the survival of humanity itself, we must safeguard peace. Sierra Leone stands in full support of the people of Ukraine in this time of crisis. The UN Security Council must not allow this violation of international law to go unanswered. We call on the Security Council to take decisive action to end the aggression, ensure the immediate withdrawal of forces and demand return of occupied territories. Sierra Leone pledges its support to all efforts aimed at restoring peace, justice and sovereignty to those affected. We stand in solidarity with the Ukrainian people and with the international community in upholding the principle of UN Charter. Let us not forget the lessons of history. It is in times of crisis that the UN must show its true strength. Let us show the world that we are willing to protect the innocent and restore peace, as we did decades ago. The country's light and hope for peace must not fade. We must act now, before it's too late. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Republic of Sierra Leone for the statement. Next, I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Republic of Mozambique to make the statement.
Em nome de Moçambique, saúdo esta Assembleia. Reafirmando no compromisso com a paz e cooperação internacional. Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates and distinguished guests. First of all, I would like to extend my congratulations to the United Kingdom on assuming the presidency of the United Nations Security Council. We, the delegate of Republic of Mozambique, stand before you today to discuss one of the most pressing global crises, the ongoing war between the Russian Federation and the Ukraine. This conflict, with its far-reaching consequences, has devastated lives, disrupted international stability, and raised serious questions about the future of diplomacy, peace, and the international order. It is imperative that we seek a solution grounded in peace, cooperation, and respect for the sovereignty of the nations. Mozambique, like many nations, have seen the first-hand destructive power of armed conflict. We know that the profound impact it has not only on the people directly involved, but also on the regional and global stability. The ongoing war in Ukraine has displaced millions, resulted in countless lives lost, and caused widespread human suffering. It's clear that the consequences of this conflict extend far beyond the borders of the Ukraine. Mozambique condemns all acts of aggression and calls for the immediate cessation of the hostilities. Madam President, Mozambique proposes two main solutions. First, dialogue between the two nations. The authorities in Mozambique expressed their major concern, stating that both parties must sit down to find a solution. We know how complicated a war is. It is necessary for both the parties to sit down and use responsible dialogue to overcome the problem. Second, the UN to strengthen its human rights law to prevent the killing of citizens. Though the Mozambican government abstains from condemning either party, we have made it clear that we will never say war is a good thing. No one should kill another person. It's always possible to avoid reaching such extremities, and we will continue to encourage dialogue. At the same time, we recognize the path to peace is never easy, particularly when both sides have deep-rooted grievances. The Republic of Mozambique calls for a return to diplomacy and dialogue, now more than ever. It's essential that Russia and Ukraine, with the support of the international community, engage in meaningful negotiations to seek a peaceful resolution to this crisis. The suffering of civilians cannot be ignored. As we speak, millions of Ukrainians are facing dire conditions, displacement, lack of access to basic needs like food, water, and medical care, and the trauma of living in a war zone. Mozambique urges the international community to continue to provide humanitarian assistance to all those affected by the conflict, regardless of the nationality or political affiliation. Furthermore, we must not forget the broader implications of this conflict.
This war has disrupted the global supply chains, particularly in the energy and food sectors. Mozambique, like many nations, has felt the ripple effects with rising fuel prices and food security. These consequences remind us that the global peace and stability are interconnected, and the resolution of this conflict is critical not just for the people of Ukraine or Russia, but for the well-being of all the people around the world. In this regard, Mozambique calls for a stronger multilateral action to address the root causes of this conflict and prevent further escalation. The United Nations, as a principal body for maintaining international peace and security, must continue to lead efforts to facilitate peace talks. In conclusion, Republic of Mozambique calls on all member states to intensify their efforts in finding a peaceful resolution to the Ukraine-Russia conflict. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of the Republic of Mozambique. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Republic of Korea to make the statement.
Respected President, Honorable Chairs and distinguished delegates. On behalf of Republic of Korea, I extend our warmest congratulations on assumption of your presidency in UNSC. The Russian Federation, despite being a permanent member of UNSC, has conducted numerous violations of international laws, and against this, the UN itself has strongly condemned Russian Federation's actions and has taken several resolutions against them, which include Resolution ES 11/1, which demanded immediate, complete and unconditional withdrawal of all military forces from territory of Ukraine. ES 11/2, which was called for immediate cessation of hostilities and unimpeded humanitarian access to all those in need. ES 11/3, which suspended Russia's membership from UNHRC. ES 11/4, which condemned Russia's illegal annexation of Ukraine's territories. Of all the 15 countries present here, no one voted against any of these resolutions except Russia. This shows the situation inside of UN. Now let's look into what's outside of UN. On March 4, 2022, Russia attacked nuclear power plant in Ukraine, which was severe violation of 4th Geneva Convention, Protocol 1, Article 56, which states that nuclear electrical generating stations shall not be made object of attack even where these objects are military objectives. By the annexation of Crimea by Russia in 2014, they violated the Budapest Memorandum, which was signed by Russia, Ukraine, USA, and UK, in which they pledged to respect Ukraine's borders and refrain from threat or use of force against territorial or political independence. In February 2022, Russian Federation's invasion onto Ukraine, the Russian Federation committed numerous violations of UN charters, which included Article 2, Subsection 4, prohibition of use of force against territorial integrity. Article 2, Subsection 3, which requires states to settle their international disputes by peaceful means. Article 33, so on and so forth. Summarizing everything, Russia has violated Geneva Conventions, Budapest Memorandums, multiple UN charters, human rights violations, humanitarian law violations, and many more. So my question is, why is Russia still a permanent member of UNSC? As a solution to Ukraine crisis, we propose that Russia be suspended from permanent membership of UNSC, just like it was suspended from UNHRC by Resolution ES 11/3 adopted on April 7, 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of the Republic of Korea, for the statement. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Republic of France to make the statement.
We would like to congratulate the delegate of the United Kingdom on assuming presidency of this month's council. Mademoiselle la Présidente, distinguished delegates, it is an honor to represent France before this council today. France extends its deepest condolences to all victims of the Ukrainian-Russian conflict. This war is not merely a regional crisis, but a direct assault on Ukrainian sovereignty and the fundamental principles of international law that underpin global stability. France will not waver in its unwavering commitment to Ukraine's independence and territorial integrity. Madam President, France recognizes Ukraine's strategic framework, including the Kyiv Security Compact and President Zelensky's peace formula. These proposals demand territorial sovereignty, international guarantees, and the rightful return of deported citizens. France supports these goals and condemns the unrelenting destruction unleashed on Ukraine, evidenced by atrocities such as the targeted destruction of the Kakhovka Dam. France denounces such actions as war crimes that defy every tenet of international law and human decency. Madam President, Crimea stands as a flashpoint of aggression and a glaring symbol of Russian expansionism. Its illegal annexation by Russia is an affront to the UN Charter and a brazen violation of international norms. France firmly asserts that Crimea remains and will remain an integral part of Ukraine. The ongoing militarization of Crimea jeopardizes Black Sea security, emboldens further aggression, and undermines prospects for peace. France calls for a unified global response to uphold Ukraine's sovereignty and to send a clear, unequivocal message. Aggression will not be rewarded with impunity. France demands an immediate and enforceable ceasefire under the auspices of the United Nations to halt the unrelenting suffering. Yet, let us be clear, a ceasefire is not an invitation for complacency. Dialogue must remain relentless, grounded in ensuring Ukraine's sovereignty and addressing Russia's security claims without compromising justice. France insists that diplomatic engagement with Moscow must remain a tool for enforcement, not appeasement. To Russia, France's warning is firm. The use of nuclear weapons or threats thereof will not be tolerated. Any such act would provoke an international response that reaffirms the catastrophic consequences of flouting global norms. Madam President, France is acting decisively, contributing 3 billion euros in military aid in 2024, including Caesar howitzers and SCALP missiles. While establishing enduring bilateral security agreements, we are resolute in our humanitarian contributions, bolstering the World Food Programme to address the cascading global crisis triggered by this war. Rebuilding Ukraine is not an option, it is an obligation. France is taking the lead in restoring Ukraine's infrastructure by proposing the establishment of an international reconstruction fund for Ukraine, rebuilding its critical infrastructure and economy, and ensuring demographic recovery in collaboration with NATO and EU allies. Madam President, the stakes are immense. This Council must rise to the challenge. France insists that peace cannot emerge from weakness. It must be forged with resolve, justice, and in unwavering unity among nations. We cannot and will not stand idly by while the principles of sovereignty, humanity, and international law are dismantled. As President Macron has said, we stand at a crossroads between war and peace, between division and unity. France calls upon this Council to seize this moment and stand firm in defending our shared global values. Je vous remercie. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, distinguished representative of the Republic of France, for the statement. Next, I give the floor to the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Ecuador to make the statement.
First of all, we would like to congratulate the delegate of United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland on her presidency appointment. Honorable President, esteemed colleagues, and distinguished representatives, the delegate of Ecuador is speaking on behalf of the government and people of Ecuador, a nation that has always valued peace, dialogue, and the preservation of human dignity. Ecuador firmly believes that the current crisis between Russian Federation and Ukraine poses a serious threat to regional and global stability. And that is important that we as the international community respond with utmost responsibility and full respect for the principles of United Nations Charter. The Ecuadorian delegation condemns the loss of innocent lives and immense human suffering caused by the ongoing conflict. We express our deepest condolences to all the families affected and repeat our commitment to supporting the humanitarian efforts that are desperately needed. Civilians, men, women, children are bearing the burden of this crisis, and we must act urgently to relieve their pain and suffering. Ecuador stands by the fundamental principles of international law, including the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all nations. It is with this in mind that we express our concern over the violations of Ukraine's sovereignty and destabilizing actions that have unfolded. We emphasize that any solution to this conflict must be based on respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine as well as the inviolability of the borders. However, we also recognize that this is a deeply complex crisis with historical and geopolitical factors that cannot be ignored. As such, Ecuador calls for an immediate ceasefire and a return to diplomacy. There is no military solution to this conflict. Only through dialogue, negotiation, and mutual respect can we hope to the path of peace. We call upon both the Russian Federation and Ukraine to engage in meaningful dialogue and to work together with the United Nations and other international partners to reach a peaceful resolution. Ecuador strongly supports the effort of the United Nations and the European Union and to all parties committed to facilitating dialogue and peace. We urge the Russian Federation and Ukraine to adhere to international humanitarian law and prioritize the safety and well-being of civilians. Ecuador also reaffirms its support for the principles of peace, non-interference, and self-determination, which are preserved in the United Nations Charter. At this critical crisis, we must ask ourselves what kind of world we want to build for future generations. The Ecuadorian government firmly believes that peace is not only the absence of war, but the presence of justice, impartiality, and respect for the human rights. In conclusion, Ecuadorian delegation calls for the immediate termination of hostilities with a commitment to dialogue between Russian Federation and Ukraine, the provision of humanitarian assistance to all those affected by the conflict, particularly to the most vulnerable, and continued international support for the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and independence of Ukraine. Ecuador stands ready to work with all members of this council to ensure that the principles of peace, respect for international law, and human dignity prevail. Together, let us work to bring an end to this crisis and build a future of peace and cooperation for all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, distinguished representative of the Republic of Ecuador, for the statement. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria to make the statement.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We, the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria, would like to congratulate the distinguished delegate of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland for their appointment as President of the United Nations Security Council. Honorable President, esteemed delegates of the Security Council, the Ukrainian crisis has reached its third year and is showing no sign of ceasing in the foreseeable future. The Algerian Republic stands and will stand committed to resolving this conflict and to the achievement of world peace. We are fully committed to a peaceful resolution which does not redefine Ukraine's borders and one which gives Ukraine the necessary aid for rebuilding its territory. We also call for the removal of the economic sanctions placed on the Russian Federation in the condition that a total ceasefire is adopted. We remind the Security Council of the need to reallocate the pro-Russian groups and areas in Ukraine under the Russian Federation. The security and safety of the Russian-speaking minority is extremely important in order to avoid another disaster of this magnitude. Mr. President, Madam President, in hopes of achieving peace, we call for the implementation of the following strategies. Complete ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine. 2. Deployment of humanitarian aid into the area. 3. Withdrawal of Russian troops from the war zone. 4. Reallocation of pro-Russian separatist groups in Donetsk and Luhansk. 5. Removal of the economic sanctions placed on Russia if a ceasefire is agreed to. The Algerian Republic strongly believes that these 5 strategies are essential to achieving peace along with global economic stability. Fellow member states of the Council, we remind you of Russia's importance to the world economical balance. Russia is a key player in trade, finance, energy, and military sectors around the world. It has the largest nuclear arsenal in the world, making its role in global nuclear proliferation essential. Russia, being one of the foremost suppliers of energy around the world, means the sanctions placed on it is resulting in the inflation of prices of oil, gas, food, and all other basic necessities. The sanctions directly or indirectly has resulted in the dire living conditions for the common people. Therefore, we must not undermine Russia's importance to global stability, and we must put together a resolution which revolves around justice as well as global stability. We recommend all frozen Russian assets and sanctions placed on it to be lifted as soon as a ceasefire is adopted. We must also not forget the safety and importance of pro-Russian or the separatist movements in Ukraine. We once again recommend the complete reallocation of pro-Russian groups or areas in the state of Ukraine to the Russian Federation. We call for bilateral relations to be restored after the ceasefire is adopted, and we condemn Pyongyang's decision to supply the Russian Federation with troops and resources. Algeria recognizes Ukraine's right to self-defense according to Article 51 of the United Nations Charter. Algeria stands and will continue to stand committed to its long-standing policy of non-alignment and calls for diplomacy between all the member states involved. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria for the statement. Now I give the ground to the distinguished representative of Malta to present the statement.
Good morning. Honorable President, distinguished delegates. Firstly, we congratulate the delegate of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland of their appointment as the President of the Security Council. Malta stands before this assembly deeply concerned about the ongoing conflict between Ukraine and Russia, a war that has brought immense suffering, destabilized the region, and violated the principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity that this United Nations was founded to uphold. Malta, as a nation that values peace, neutrality, and diplomacy, unequivocally condemns any acts of aggression that undermines the international law. We firmly support Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity and call for an immediate cessation of hostilities. The human cost of this war is staggering. Thousands of lives lost, millions displaced, and communities left in ruins. This is not just a regional crisis, but a global issue that demands our collective attention and action. We believe that the solution lies not in prolonged conflict, but in dialogue, diplomacy, and a renewed commitment to peace. Malta urges both parties to engage in meaningful negotiations mediated by neutral actors. The international community must facilitate these discussions while ensuring that Ukraine's rights and sovereignty is respected. Malta also recognizes the critical role of humanitarian aid in alleviating the suffering of those affected by the war. We call upon the United Nations to intensify efforts to deliver humanitarian assistance to civilians in need, regardless of their location, and to ensure the safety of aid workers on the ground. Additionally, we urge member states to provide adequate support to neighboring countries hosting Ukrainian refugees, sharing the burden of this crisis equitably. Furthermore, Malta calls on the Security Council to uphold its mandate to maintain international peace and security. While we acknowledge the challenges posed by veto powers, we must not allow political stalemates to hinder decisive action. We encourage reforms that enhance the Council's ability to act swiftly in crises like this. As a small island nation, Malta understands the importance of multilateralism in addressing global challenges. The Ukrainian-Russian war has demonstrated the fragility of peace when international systems falter. We urge all member states to reaffirm their commitment to the principles of the United Nations Charter and to take a united stand against aggression, ensuring that smaller nations are not left vulnerable to the interests of more powerful countries. Only by standing together can we secure a just and peaceful world. Finally, Malta advocates for greater accountability of war crimes and violations of international law. We urge the United Nations to support investigations and ensure that the perpetrators are held accountable. Impunity must not prevail, for justice is a cornerstone of sustainable peace. In conclusion, Malta reiterates its commitment to working with the United Nations and all member states to resolve this crisis. Let us honor the principles of this institution by prioritizing diplomacy, protecting human rights, and upholding international law. Together, we can pave the way for peace, stability, and hope for Ukraine, its people, and the world. In closing, Madam President, we once again call upon the Russian Federation to stop its attacks on Ukraine and halt its war of aggression. We reaffirm our unwavering support for Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of Malta, for the statement. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Japan to make the statement.
Ohayo gozaimasu no aisatsu. Honorable President, I congratulate the delegate of United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland to be elected as the president for the month of November 2024. Japan's position is clear. We stand strongly with Ukraine, condemning Russia's invasion and actively participate in sanctions and humanitarian efforts. Japan's position unequivocally condemns Russia's invasion of Ukraine, calling it an illegal use of force and a breach of the United Nations Charter. We strongly support Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty. We've imposed a series of economic sanctions on Russia in response to the invasion. These sanctions target various sectors and ban on Russian individuals and companies. We've also frozen assets of Russian officials and oligarchs. We have provided significant humanitarian assistance to Ukraine, including financial aid, medical supplies, and food. Additionally, we have sent non-lethal military equipment such as bulletproof vests, helmets, and body armor. In addition to this, we have pledged financial support for Ukraine's reconstruction efforts. The government of Japan is now UNDP, Ukraine's largest contributor, having provided a total of $169 million in support since 2022. Our stance is closely aligned with our Western allies, including United States, the European Union, and NATO. We support the imposition of sanctions against Russia and have actively participated in international diplomatic efforts to hold Russia accountable. Madam President, Japan puts forward 4 phases of resolution. Japan stresses the need for the Security Council to urge Russia to withdraw its troops who have encroached Ukraine territories immediately. Secondly, a permanent agreement through negotiations should be drafted to ensure that our future generations will not see such aggression to be repeated again. Immediate exchange of prisoners of war needs to be done as per the Article 49 of the Geneva Convention. And conglomeration of countries need to commence the restructuring of the devastated regions of Ukraine immediately after ceasefire has been established. While we firmly support Ukraine, we also advocate a peaceful resolution to the conflict. We call for dialogue and diplomacy to end the war, emphasizing the importance of respecting international law and the principles of the UN Charter. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of Japan, for the statement. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Guyana to make the statement.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, first of all, we would like to congratulate the delegate of United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland on her appointment as the President of the Security Council. It is an honor to address this esteemed assembly today on the behalf of the Republic of Guyana. As the world watches the ongoing conflict in Ukraine with deep concern, it is vital that we reflect upon our collective responsibility in fostering a just and lasting resolution to this crisis. Guyana, as a member of the international community, believes that resolving this conflict is not just an imperative of diplomacy, but an essential duty for the preservation of global peace, security, and human dignity. Guyana's foreign policy has long been rooted in principles of peace, cooperation, and the respect for sovereignty. As a developing nation, we understand the significance of international law in safeguarding these principles. Guyana, therefore, advocates for the peaceful resolution of the Ukrainian crisis through dialogue, diplomacy, and adhering to the international law. At the heart of Guyana's stance is the belief that all parties must respect Ukrainians' territorial integrity and sovereignty. Guyana's diplomacy has always understood the importance of upholding these principles. We stand firm in our support for Ukraine's right to self-determination and its right to defend its sovereignty against external aggression. So, to achieve a peaceful resolution, Guyana proposes the following strategies. We would like to facilitate dialogue between Ukraine and Russia in accordance with Article 33 of the UN Charter. We emphasize the need for humanitarian access and provide assistance to affected civilians as stipulated in the Article 55 and 56 of the UN Charter. We also support the engagement of organizations like OSCE, UN, or Council of Europe to mediate negotiations. We encourage economic cooperation and trade agreements to promote stability. We also foster regional security through enhanced cooperation. Guyana believes that in these turbulent times, we must reaffirm our commitment to multilateralism and global solidarity. By adhering to the principle enshrined in the United Nations Charter and international law, we can ensure that the voice of justice prevails. The lesson of history have shown that war only brings destruction, suffering, and division. What the world needs now more than ever is peace, cooperation, and mutual respect. In conclusion, Guyana's stance on the Ukraine conflict is clear. We call for an immediate ceasefire, the reassumption of peace talks, and a comprehensive commitment to upholding international law, because only through these actions can we hope to achieve a just and lasting peace. Guyana remains steadfast in its belief that peace is the true path to progress and that the principles of United Nations and international law must guide us towards a world free from conflict and suffering. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of Guyana, for the statement. Next, I give the floor to the distinguished representative of China to make the statement.
First and foremost, we would like to congratulate the representative of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland on being elected as the President of this Council. We look forward to your leadership. Thank you, Madam President, distinguished delegates, and honored guests. The proliferation of weapons of mass destruction poses a grave threat to international peace and security. The devastating consequences of nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons are well documented. The threat of weapons of mass destruction falling into the wrong hands. China's views on Ukraine and Russia conflict are complex and nuanced. China maintains a neutral stance on the Ukraine-Russia conflict, advocating for peaceful resolution through dialogue and diplomacy. The ongoing conflict in Ukraine has caused immense suffering and instability in the region. We reiterate our calls for immediate cessation of hostilities and return to the negotiating table. We reaffirm its commitment to the principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity. A peaceful resolution is the only way to address the legitimate security concerns of all parties. China stands ready to facilitate dialogue and mediate the involved nation. We urge all parties to respect Ukraine's sovereignty and refrain from external interference. Indeed, Fighting on the ground is continuing. The humanitarian crisis is worsening. The global community must work together to prevent conflict escalation. Russia has recently launched an intercontinental ballistic missile attack on Ukraine, targeting the central eastern city. Such conflicts have resulted tens of thousands of civilians dead in Ukraine. Approximately 8 million people have been displaced internally and over 8.2 million have sought refuge abroad. There are infrastructure damage, destruction of homes, hospitals and schools and critical infrastructure. The use of ICBM signals of significant escalation in the conflict, highlighting the increased risk for further military confrontation. The strike targeted enterprises and critical infrastructure, and the full extent of damage remains unclear. We have been engaging in diplomatic efforts to facilitate talks between Ukraine and Russia in March 2023. China has abstained from UN votes and condemning Russia's invasion and has instead calling for a peaceful resolution to the conflict. China's peace plan has received mixed reactions, with some countries welcome the initiative while others have expressed skepticism. Overall, China's action towards Ukraine-Russia was reflect its complex relationship with both countries and its desires to maintain a balance between economic interests and its international reputation. China's relation with US, EU, and Russia impacts its stance on Ukraine. China's 12-point peace plan provides a viable framework for negotiation, respect for international law and sovereignty, cessation of hostilities and withdrawal of forces, protection of civilians, and humanitarian access. Diplomatic efforts to address an underlying issue. China will continue to work with the international community to promote peace and stability. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of China, for your statement. Now, I assume the post of the representative of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland and speak. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we, the delegate of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, stands resolute in its commitment to supporting Ukraine and promoting peace and stability in the region. The Ukraine crisis has brought devastating consequences, claiming lives, displacing millions, and threatening the global order we have all worked so hard to uphold. We are here not just to condemn this violence, but to seek actionable solutions that pave the way for peace. We believe that Ukraine's right to defend itself is fundamental to achieving a just and lasting peace. We call upon this Council to continue supporting Ukraine in its defense against aggression, as peace cannot be achieved at the expense of justice or sovereignty. However, we recognize that a long-term solution lies in diplomacy. The United Kingdom has consistently advocated for dialogue as the foundation of any peace process. We are committed to multilateral negotiations that bring all stakeholders to the table under UN mediation, seeking a resolution that respects UN's borders and sovereignty. We strongly support diplomatic initiatives such as the nomadic format and UN-backed peace talks aimed at creating a sustainable pathway for peace. Another critical aspect is accountability. Reports of attack on civilians and violations of international humanitarian law must be addressed. The United Kingdom stands behind the International Criminal Court and supports independent investigations to ensure that those responsible for war crimes and human rights abuses are brought to justice. This accountability is essential not only for the victims but also the integrity of international law and for deterring future violations. Furthermore, the economic consequences of this crisis extend beyond Ukraine's borders, with disruptions to global food supplies affecting vulnerable regions around the world. The United Kingdom calls on the Security Council to work towards stabilizing these supply chains and support developing nations impacted by rising food and energy prices. Stabilizing these markets is essential for mitigating the broader impact of this conflict and global stability. In conclusion, the United Kingdom stands firm in its support for Ukraine and its commitment to peace, security, and justice. We urge this Council to uphold our shared values and protect the most vulnerable and work toward a world where sovereignty and human rights are universally respected. Together, let's forge a path forward that brings peace, dignity, and hope to the people of Ukraine and reaffirms our commitment to a just international order. Thank you. The distinguished representatives of Ukraine, United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, and Saudi Arabia has requested to participate in the debate on this subject. Unless there is an objection, I would like to invite the distinguished delegate of Ukraine to take the place at the table. I request the distinguished representative of Ukraine to make the statement.
Thank you, President. Congratulations to the President for becoming the President of UNSC. Respected President and other representatives. Today, as I stand before you, I carry with me the voices of millions of Ukrainians, children who now recognize the sound of air raid sirens before they can read. Mothers who have become experts at packing emergency bags, and elderly citizens who have lived through historic upheavals only to face new uncertainties in their later twilight years. As our President reminded this organization last fall, Russia weaponizes everything from food to energy to children. Today, these words echo with even greater urgency. Our people's resilience remain unbroken, but the cost of this resiliency grows daily. In this very chamber, our representatives have presented evidences of systematic attacks on civilian infrastructure, documented war crimes, and detailed the humanitarian crisis in Ukraine. Yet, the wounds of war continue to bleed while the world's attention wanes. Distinguished colleagues, today I present not just strategies, but humanitarian imperative for peace. First, when we speak about humanitarian corridor, we are talking about the grandmothers in Advika who haven't seen their children for 2 years, the cancer patients in Kyiv who need urgent medical care, and the teachers in Zaporizhia trying to maintain normalcy for the traumatic students. We propose these certain provisions. Internationally protected humanitarian routes, mobile medical units with United Nations protection, emergency evacuation mechanisms, dedicated channels for family reunification, as well as safe zones around schools and hospitals. The children of the world are the next generation. They have to be protected. So safe zones around schools are very much an essential. Also, we also like to propose a 3-tier approach for resolving peace, including an immediate approach, a medium approach, and a long-term approach. The immediate approach should be enhancing OSCE monitoring missions, expanding united humanitarian presence, as well as emergency infrastructure restoration. As the medium-term goals should include international reconstruction conferences, security guarantee implementation, justice accountability measures. And the long-term measures should include regional security architectural reforms, economic recovery programs, and integration with European security structures. Distinguished colleagues, when our ambassador spoke here in the dark days of February 2022, he asked the UN to prove that the words of peace are stronger than rockets. Today, I ask, will we prove that international law is stronger than international aggression? That human dignity will prevail over military might. The people of Ukraine do not ask for grand political statements. What we ask for is that our future generations will live with peace. This is the fundamental truth of conflict. It is not about geopolitical aggression. It is about human lives. In the closing, I remind this council the words of peace that have echoed in this chamber since 1945. Peace is not merely an absence of justice, but the presence of justice. Sorry, peace is not merely an absence of war, it is the presence of justice. Ukraine stands ready to build the justice, but we need your unwavering support. One day in these chambers, it will surely be said that Russia's war against Ukraine has ended. Not paused, not frozen, but not forgotten, truly ended. This will not be because someone got tired with the war. It will not be because somebody exchanged something with President Putin. It will be because the United Nations Charter will work. Russia cannot be stopped on their own. Russia needs to be stopped. The world is watching. Our children are watching. History is watching. History judges not those who commit crimes, but those who stay silent in the face of them. Thank you.
I thank you and request the distinguished representative of Ukraine to retire to the council chamber. Unless there is an objection, I would like to invite the distinguished delegate of United Arab Emirates to take the place at the table. I request the distinguished representative of United Arab Emirates to make the statement.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I would like to start off by congratulating the delegate of the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland for the election as the president of this session of the UN Security Council. Honorable President, distinguished delegates, and esteemed members of the international community. Today, we gather at a time of profound global tension as the conflict between the Russian Federation and Ukraine continues to devastate the region and disrupt global stability. As we observe the unfolding tragedy, it is essential to recognize that the United Arab Emirates remains steadfast in its commitment to peace, diplomacy, and the principles of international law. The UAE, as a member of the international community and a supporter of global peace and security, has consistently called for an immediate cessation of hostilities and an end to the violence that has claimed thousands of lives and displaced millions. We believe that war is never the answer to resolving differences between nations. The path forward must always be one of dialogue, diplomacy, and respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all nations. From the very beginning of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, the UAE has maintained a position of neutrality, seeking to balance its diplomatic relations with both Russia and Ukraine, as well as with the broader international community. This neutral stance is not a reflection of indifference, but rather a reflection of our desire to facilitate dialogue and encourage peaceful solutions. We recognize the complexity of this situation and are committed to working with all parties involved to bring about a peaceful resolution. The UAE has constantly called for a diplomatic approach to this crisis. We have supported efforts at the United Nations to uphold international law and the UN Charter, particularly regarding the protection of civilians and the preservation of territorial integrity. At the same time, we have emphasized the importance of respecting the legitimate security concerns of all parties involved, while also promoting the need for respect for the principles of sovereignty and self-determination. Beyond diplomacy, the UAE has also been active in providing humanitarian aid to the victims of this conflict. The UAE has sent medical supplies, food, and essential aid to both Ukraine and its neighboring countries that are receiving refugees. As a nation committed to humanitarian principles, we have extended our support to the people suffering from this conflict, regardless of nationality or political affiliation. The UAE's approach to humanitarian assistance is grounded in the belief that human suffering should never be politicized. We have worked with international organizations such as the United Nations, the Red Cross, and other relief agencies to ensure that aid reaches those in need, and we remain committed to supporting displaced individuals and communities as they rebuild their lives. As we move forward, the UAE urges all parties to engage in dialogue and negotiations to seek an enduring peace. The tragic loss of life and the immense suffering caused by war are a powerful reminder that the true cost of conflict is borne by ordinary people. We call on all countries to work together to de-escalate tensions and to return to the negotiating table with the goal of achieving a lasting political solution. In conclusion, the UAE's position on the Russia-Ukraine war is clear. We stand for peace, diplomacy, and the protection of human life. We believe in the power of dialogue to resolve disputes and in the importance of respecting the rights and sovereignty of all nations. The responsibility to end this conflict lies not only with the parties directly involved, but also with the international community as a whole. We must continue to work together with compassion, wisdom, and determination to bring an end to the violence and to build a future where peace prevails. The UAE remains committed to being part of this global effort, and we will continue to advocate for a peaceful, just, and sustainable resolution to this crisis. Shukran. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank you and request that the distinguished representative of United Arab Emirates rotate to the council chamber. Unless there is an objection, I would like to invite the distinguished delegate of Bahrain to take a place at the table. I request the distinguished representative of Bahrain to make the statement.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I congratulate the President, who is the delegate of United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. I stand before you as the delegate of the Kingdom of Bahrain to address the ongoing situation in Ukraine. Bahrain is deeply concerned about the escalation of the conflict in Ukraine, which has resulted in significant humanitarian consequences. We call for an immediate ceasefire and an end to hostilities. Bahrain has always believed that the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all countries should be respected. We oppose any actions that compromise these principles. At the same time, Bahrain is committed to maintaining a good relations with all parties involved. We are willing to continue a play role in promoting peace and providing humanitarian assistance to those in need. Bahrain wishes to emphasize that the use of nuclear weapons and intercontinental ballistic missiles are a grave threat to global peace and security. We must work together to prevent such catastrophes and to promote a world free of nuclear weapons. We acknowledge that constitutional reforms in Ukraine could help to address the concerns of Russian-speaking Ukrainians. Autonomy for Donetsk and Luhansk could help to address the concerns of Russian-speaking Ukrainians. Prisoner exchange between both the parties demonstrate a commitment to humanitarian law and human rights. Bahrain's stance on Ukrainian issue is guided by the principles of objectivity, impartiality, and neutrality. We will continue to work tirelessly to promote a peaceful resolution to the conflict. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank you and request that the distinguished representative of Bahrain to retire to the council chamber. Unless there is an objection, I would like to invite the distinguished delegate of Saudi Arabia to take a place at the table. I request distinguished delegate of Saudi Arabia to make the statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to congratulate the delegate of the United Kingdom of Britain and Northern Ireland on the election as the President of the UNSC, November 2024. Today, we stand at a critical juncture where the principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter are being tested by the ongoing crisis in Ukraine. As representatives of nations committed to international peace, we bear a collective responsibility to uphold these principles: sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the peaceful resolution of disputes. Saudi Arabia strongly condemns any violation of these core values, particularly those outlined in Article 2, Paragraph 4 of the UN Charter, which clearly states that all member states must refrain from the threat or use of force against territorial integrity or political independence of any state. This foundational principle must guide our actions as we seek to address this crisis. First and foremost, we emphasize the urgent need for diplomatic dialogue and peace negotiations, which calls for the peaceful settlement of disputes through negotiation, mediation, and conciliation. We urge all parties to return to the negotiating table. Saudi Arabia is ready to support and facilitate such dialogue either directly or through neutral settlement. We believe that sustained diplomacy is the only viable path toward a just and lasting peace. Secondly, we call for the immediate and unhindered delivery of humanitarian aid to all affected regions. Article 55 of the UN Charter compels us to promote social progress and better standards of life in larger freedom. Therefore, we urge all parties to allow humanitarian organizations, including the UN and the International Red Crescent, safe access to civilians, especially women, children, and the elderly who are bearing the brunt of this conflict. Thirdly, we propose strengthening the existing UN mechanisms such as the OHCHR to conduct independent investigations into alleged violations of international law and human rights. Accountability and justice are not just moral imperatives, but also the critical components of reconciliation and long-term stability. Moreover, we express our deepest concern regarding any threat of the use of nuclear weapons in this conflict. The mere consideration of deploying such weapons contradicts the very essence of the UN Charter and poses an existential threat to humanity. We urge all nations to adhere strictly to the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons and avoid any actions on that escalate the risk of nuclear catastrophe. Distinguished delegates, the crisis in Ukraine is not just a regional conflict. It is a challenge to the international order that we are all duty-bound to protect. Let us reaffirm our commitment to the principles of the UN Charter. Let us prioritize dialogue over destruction, humanity over hostility, and peace over power struggle. Therefore, we can forge a path to resolution that upholds the dignity of all nations and the aspirations of people. Thank you.
I thank you and request the distinguished representative of Saudi Arabia to retire to the council chamber. The Security Council has concluded its formal debate on the question of strategies for conflict resolution in Ukraine crisis. Now the Security Council adjourns for informal consultations.
Have an audience, okay? They are not supposed to hear what you are saying. So you can say anything to each other. You know, the president does not have to be very active. You just make sure that they get their chances. So no formalities, no thank you, no anything like that. So just one by one, whoever raises the hand says that I want these changes in the draft. Okay? So this consultation is on your views on the draft. Okay? So whatever you want to say, but very briefly, you indicate. You can say, I can support that resolution. Is there anybody here who thinks you can support the resolution as it is?
Anyone who would like to sponsor the resolution like we did yesterday?
No, the draft distributed, is there any delegation which can approve it as it is? Raise your hand.
I would like to, make it clear that we might not necessarily be discussing amendments alone. We will be having a very informal session, as Srinivasan sir had said, and you will be able to place, upright your place cards and call people out on their speeches, speak very informally, but there is a time limit, 1 minute per person. I request the Secretary to please take care of the 1 minute time limit, and I request also the delegates to please remain within the time limit. And this might not necessarily be a draft resolution amendment session. It can also be a place where you call each other out on their statements made, their hypocrisies and whatnot. All right? So, no holds barred. Yes, sir?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No records.
No records of this. You can.
No, but my question you have to answer first. Is there anyone who can approve this draft as it is? Yes or no? Everybody has problems?
You won't have to make any amendments, even if you,
No, you simply point out these are my difficulties with this draft.
Yeah, this is very informal. Yesterday, we couldn't defend, if you sponsor the resolution, you won't be able to make any amendments. That was the idea. Today, it is not like that. You can sponsor it and you can call people out on it.
No, sponsoring would be later. Yeah. At the moment, everybody is equal here. That's why I am saying informal. You can say it did not happen. This is to help the president to get an idea as to what he should do or she should do, whether she should go for a vote, all that, what are the difficulties. So that's the time for you to express your opinion on this issue. Because the Russian Federation will naturally say that this whole thing should be put into the dustbin, isn't it? Where is the Russian resolution?
Please
can you approve this draft?
Do you approve the draft? Please
Why
pay
are you
attention when
smiling?
sir is speaking. Thank you.
This is a serious question. As Russia, would you support the resolution? Yeah, that's what I've been asking for the last half an hour. So why didn't you raise your hand? I'm not saying that. I said, is there anyone who can accept it as it is?
Is there anybody who have no oppositions to the draft resolution?
Yes.
Zero oppositions to the draft
You have a
resolution,
lot of
supporters of
oppositions to the
Ukraine. So Russia can't be aligned with the draft resolution.
No,
Allies of Ukraine.
Everybody has to speak.
Okay.
If you have difficulties, you must say what your difficulties are. But first we want to say, is there somebody who can accept it as it is? So those people can be excluded from the discussion. Isn't it?
Everybody wants to take part in the discussion. So that
Yes,
is
of course, that's what we want.
Yeah.
But I'm asking you, actually the text, is it acceptable to anyone as it is? Why don't you answer it? Is there any country
Say yes
who
or
thinks?
no.
No, nobody here. So that means everybody has a view. That means we can expect 15 oppositions, right? Isn't
Apparently,
it?
yes.
So you must say then that I need changes here, there, etc. Not amendments. Simply say that this draft doesn't suit me because it doesn't reflect the situation on the ground, or it is not according to the charter, or problems here, etc., etc. That's what you do in these informal meetings, not drafting changes. Then once you have expressed those views, then the president will make sure that those are addressed in some form or the other in the informals after your first round. Okay, so the first round will be, President, are you hearing me? First round you find out who has got what problem, okay? And not address it, just take note of it everybody, and when they discuss it, they can address this. Okay, but all very briefly and fast. So give everybody the floor from this, say this side, and let them say what their problem is. You start from whichever end you want.
So Slovenia has asked to speak. You may have the ground now.
Thank you, Madam President. The delegation of Slovenia acknowledged the Russia statement as the delegate said. It's not in war with Ukraine, but protecting its civilians from an armed attack. So let me ask the delegate of Russia. However, how can you defend your citizens by justifying the actions inside Ukraine's border? For instance, does this mean that any country can intervene militarily in another state just under the claim of protecting its civilians? That's the first thing. The second thing, Vladimir Putin also announced on February 24, 2022, a special military operation in Ukraine in all televised address. In his speech, Putin also justified the invasion by claiming that it was necessary to protect the Russian speaking in the eastern Ukraine. and this announcement marked the beginning of Russia's full-scale invasion in Ukraine. Despite all this, the Russian delegation say it's not in war with Ukraine. The second thing would be, the delegation of Ukraine also said that it wanted to abide the rules of OSCE, a clear form of hypocrisy. From the past 3 years, Russia has been against the rules of OSCE. First off, the illegal annexation of Crimea in 2014 was against the OSCE. Then the suspension of dissent in occupied Crimea, including the arbitrary of torture and representation of minorities, were against the OSCE. Then the Russia's actions in including the extrajudicial killings was again against the OSCE. That would be the second thing. And the last thing would be, Russia also said that Russia would be open with negotiations. Please justify, in December 2022, when Zelensky proposed the peace plan, Russia dismissed it. Why? Thank you.
The delegate of the United States of America may speak now.
United States of America would like to add an additional clause to the second operative paragraph of the draft resolution.
Delegate, sorry to interrupt you, but you can raise the problems or whatever you would like to add to the draft resolution right now. Secretariat will take a note of it, be brief about it, and you can move on to the next delegate. Once we complete the whole circle, we'll move into the second stage of debates. All right? I hope that is clear to you. Can you briefly tell me what your addendum is?
So I would like to add an clause to the second operative paragraph to UN lead peacekeeping mission.
Saying we are not making amendments. You haven't understood the spirit of this. This is just for the president get a flavor as to how many problems there are with the text. You understand that? So don't be very elaborate. You say that this draft resolution, I don't like it because one, two, three things. Okay? Then we later see what amendments are. So we want a holistic picture of how the council sees this draft. This is a secretariat draft. This is not a member country's draft. So you can tear it into pieces. There is no problem. But say it clearly in one line, I don't like this because of this. Okay? All right. Very fast.
USA disagree this draft resolution because of absence of the nuclear threats on the table. Does Russia understand the global risk of escalation? How does Russia plan to ensure global stability if such rhetoric continues?
Next, I give the ground to the Swiss Confederation.
Delegates, you need not raise your place cards right now. You will be called one by one, just like we did for the formal session. And once all your voices are raised, we'll come back for the second phase of it. Please proceed, Delegate of Swiss.
So in the Security Council draft resolution, it has not mentioned about a veto restraint. So what Russia does now is it misuses its veto power. And also many permanent members also misuse their veto powers. So this is the problem in the draft resolution. We need a veto restraint for humanitarian concerns.
Thank you, Delegate of Swiss Federation.
But it cannot reflect in the resolution. This is just a wish. So just as a not relevant. The resolution secretary, the member countries can do whatever they want. Veto cannot be changed through this consultation. Veto is there if you want to exercise it. Anyway, just mention whatever your difficulties you have, but do it fast. Who is next? President, please push. Why are you so quiet?
Next, the delegate of Russia may speak.
Thank you, President, for the recognition. The sole purpose of going against this very particular resolution is, I think there is no need to explain why. Without any doubts, without any doubt, we run the counter to the fundamental interests of the Ukrainian people insofar as it is an attempt to salvage and establish in Ukraine a system of power that has brought the country to a point of tragedy, which has persisted for the last 8 years now. The US had alleged us about the invasion of Ukraine, but let me remember the United States. Of course, we agree that it is difficult for us to compete with the United States in terms of the number of invasions targeting their neighbors. I'll refrain from listing the aggressions carried out by the US in its history, but please remember that this country is in no position to moralize. Followed by that, the OSCE's agreement with the OSCE, we believe that we need to work to what to do further, to work to solve the issue, and for that we would agree to the OSCE on a conditional basis. And thirdly, the Zelensky's proposed peace plan. The Zelensky's proposed peace plan clearly doesn't ally with our interest, and that is the sole reason why we went against the plan. Thank you.
Next, the delegate of the Republic of Sierra Leone may speak.
You can even say that if this draft is put to a vote, we will veto it. You can say that. You understand? So why should anybody waste time on amending it? So if there is a veto expressed, then we can go straight to the vote. That's what I mean. So you should say if you make so many changes, we can do it. But if this text is the same, then I'm going to veto this. So then you get the feel of what will happen when you meet formally, right?
Sir, I think he wants to proceed with the conversation and debate. That is why he is, held back on suggesting the veto.
No, but this is not a debate at all. This is just testing the waters as to what the chance of the draft resolution is. We know that, right? But that has to be reflected in the views of the people informally expressed, which enables the president to change the draft if necessary, or if it is possible. Okay? So go on, everyone should say what is the problem, and if you are willing to accept it as it is, you must say so.
We, the Republic of Sierra Leone, would like to, we are against this resolution because it does not state the ruling of the International Court of Law, International Court of Justice, which has put a warrant on Russian president, and it also does not guarantee the future de-escalation, future plans of after the invasion. It does not guarantee or does not say anything about the support for Ukraine after the war, or guarantee its protection after the ceasefire has been implemented.
Next is delegate of the Republic of Mozambique may speak.
So as a delegate of Mozambique, I stand with the delegate of US as a staunch advocate for peace. Emphasizes the draft resolution does not address the issue of nuclear warheads owned by Russia. So this highlights Mozambique's commitment to peace, while subtly suggesting that the omission of nuclear warheads is significant. Thank you.
Next, the delegate of the Republic of Korea may speak.
We, the Republic of Korea, has a problem with the draft because the draft only acknowledges the Russian Federation's violation of Article 2, Paragraph 4 of UN Charters. But as we all know, they have violated many more of UN Charters, and we want it to be included as well, such as the Article 2, Paragraph 3 and Article 33. Thank you.
Next, the delegate of the Republic of France may speak.
We have quite a few issues with the draft. First of all, how would the UN de-escalate the situation? The statement made is very vague to support de-escalation in the current situation. How would they do this? We need more detail on this account. Second, Russia has already violated Geneva Conventions and targeted civilians, including women and children. How can they guarantee that they abide by the 5th paragraph? How can we guarantee that they that they abide by this paragraph. Thirdly, in the Normandy format, Ukraine is not mentioned even though they are an important part of the Normandy format. And lastly, the lack of implementation of the Minsk agreement as well as the Normandy format is concerning. We suggest that there should be stronger statements made to be made about them to enforce them. Thank you.
Next, the delegate of the Republic of Ecuador may speak.
So we are against this resolution because of the unclear reference to specific legal framework. The draft mentions the Minsk agreement but does not address the fact that this agreement have largely been ineffective or abandoned in practice. Secondly, we are against this resolution because of the limited focus on refugee and IDP needs. Although point 6 touches on humanitarian aid, it does not sufficiently emphasize the specific need of refugees and internally displaced persons who are a major consequence of this conflict. Thirdly, no mention of economic sanctions or pressure. There is no mention of using economic sanctions or other forms of economic pressure to compel Russia to comply the resolution. Economic pressure can play a critical role in influencing state behavior. That's all.
Thank you, Delegate of Republic of Ecuador. Next, the delegate of People's Democratic Republic of Algeria may speak.
The People's Democratic Republic of Algeria does not align with this resolution as it does not represent the interest of the pro-Russian separatist groups in Donetsk and Luhansk, as well as the removal of the sanctions placed on the Russian Federation by all member states. The sanctions has caused in worldwide inflation of oil prices and food prices. This has caused immense suffering to the common people. And this resolution does not also mention the People's Republic of Korea. That is North Korea's action to supply troops which might be used in acts of pillaging or harm against civilians.
Thank you, Delegate of People's Democratic Republic of Algeria. Next, the delegate of Malta may speak.
Hello. The delegate of Malta feels like the resolution does not talk about the release of hostages held in Russia. The Ukraine Regeneration Ministry says there are 763 civilian hostages in Russia. Human rights defenders sharply contest these official figures, suggesting they could be as high as 8,000. And hence I would like to add to the para, hostages held in Russia must be immediately released. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Malta. Next, the delegate of Japan may speak.
Sure. I'm the delegate of Japan, and I would like to bring to note all of us in this room right now. We are aware that this war is between Russia and Ukraine, right? And the ambiguity comes because of a headline that came a few weeks back stating that North Korean soldiers have now started fighting the war alongside Russian allies. So what Japan feels is North Korean troops, okay, coming into this war is escalating the conflict with wider ramifications. And that is exactly what Japan wants to bring to the point in this room.
Thank you, Delegate of Japan. Next, the delegate of Guyana may speak.
We would like to change that. In the draft, it only states that provide humanitarian assistance to those in vulnerable situation. We would like to change it to any kind of situation because people in any kind of situation in the war needs assistance, and also to promote reconstruction in the country immediately after the ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Guyana. Next, the delegate of China may speak.
So, as a delegate of China, we would like to change from civilians, not only add civilians, add wounded soldiers and the refugees who are in desperate need. As we know, it's not an easy-going war. The war is not very easily defined. Many people are almost dead. Their dead bodies have to be returned back to their families. And also, we would like to talk about the hostages. We also need to give them special care. As China, we are in full support of the refugees and the hostages who are in desperate need. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of China. So, now I assume the post of the representative of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland and speak. I think the draft does not address economic measures that could either deter aggression or intensify compliance. The recommendation that I could bring is to consider adding clauses on targeted sanctions or economic initiatives tied to measurable progress in conflict resolution. Thank you. The delegate of Slovenia has asked to speak. You may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. The proposal from Algeria to remove the sanctions on Russia is deeply troubling. First off, these sanctions were put in place to stop Russia's aggression against Ukraine. And removing them now would send a wrong message to the Russian government. The aggression and the violations of the international law can be ignored in this war. We must ask, why should we reward Russia's actions? Until Russia accepts and respects Ukraine's sovereignty and follows the international law, sanctions must be remained. Slovenia cannot support this proposal, and we stand firm against peace and justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Slovenia. The delegate of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria has asked to speak. You may speak.
As a reply to what Slovenia said, I clearly said that the removal of economic sanctions placed on Russia is only going to happen if a ceasefire is agreed to. Without a complete ceasefire and withdrawal of Russian troops from Ukraine's sovereign state, there will be we don't support any sort of removal of economic sanctions. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria. The delegate of the United States of America has asked to speak. You may speak.
Sanctions are not merely tools of punishment. They are measures of accountability. Lifting sanction for a ceasefire alone would reward aggression and a set dangerous precedent. A ceasefire is just the first step. Sanctions should remain until Russia fully withdraw its forces, respect Ukraine's sovereignty, and take meaningful steps towards lasting peace. Accountability must come before economic concessions.
Thank you, Delegate of United States of America. Next, Delegate of Russia may speak.
Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. I would like to request all member nations to stop deliberating on this very particular draft resolution. Since the Russian Federation is not at all agreeing, is not ready to agree even any one clause in the very particular draft resolution. And this is an affirmation that we would obviously veto the resolution. And I'm not ready to respond to those who accuse the Russian Federation for the right of veto. The main reason for our negative vote is on two bases. One is what is included in the resolution. Two, what the resolution lacks. If its sponsors were to attempt it to make it even remotely balanced, then they would not have left out issues that must be addressed and cannot be overlooked in the context of Ukrainian problems. And hence, I would like to request member nations to deliberate on a new resolution which could ally on the interest of each and every country, even Russia and Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Russia. Next, the Delegate of Slovenia has asked to speak. You may speak. Oh. The Delegate of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria may speak.
To the United States of America, the reason why the removal of economic sanctions is necessary is because due to these economic sanctions, prices and affordability of energy, food, cost of living, even fertilizers are affected due to these sanctions. There are more than 2,000 sanctions placed on Russia by all member states. This affects the global economy, and this destabilizes the global economy.
Thank you, Delegate of People's Democratic Republic of Algeria. The Delegate of the Republic of Korea may speak.
We, Republic of Korea, would like to
clear a small ambiguity in what is presented by Algeria, where it is not Republic of Korea which gave troops to Russia, but it is the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. We have not provided any military aid or personnel to either sides. It's democratic. Oh, sorry. You did not say democratic peoples. You said People's Republic. So there was a little bit ambiguity. DPRK. Their name is DPRK. So he did not mention DPRK. So I just cleared the ambiguity.
A vote, and then you go into the
Sir, won't it be non-parliamentary?
Sorry, where is the American delegate? What is this? This is gentlemen's meeting or what? Hello?
The delegate of Japan may speak.
No, you don't give and let them speak. You don't have to lift your flag and anything like that. Just ask, what are we doing here? See, those who are not on the side of NATO or Russia must challenge them. See, here people are dying every day and you guys are sitting here and laughing. So is there any way you can offer any compromise, you can offer any suggestions? Otherwise we go for a vote. Simple as that.
Sir,
I wanted to do it in 5 minutes.
Sir, can we speak without recognition?
You can say anything. You can say, I have a revolver in my pocket, I'm going to shoot you. You can say that. You must show your anger. You are not showing your anger at all. Where is the American? Why are they so soft? So why don't you scream at him?
In response to what Algeria told, right, there's a lot of things that Russia has to, if we are going to relax the sanctions. See, what I want to put forward is that the world, I know we have many sanctions, many energy resources from the countries, but the world cares more about maintaining peace and stability more than getting resources at hand at the right moment. We want the war to stop now. Okay, sanctions has to be stopped because Russia has to know that whatever amount of resources be with you, the world doesn't care, but we want war to stop.
Exactly. And then what do you want? You ask the Russians. The Russians would say, and also, you are here, the others who are not involved in the conflict. What do you want? You want peace, right? Then you ask them, what kind of a resolution do you want to stop this war? Did anybody ask that? Nobody asked? Yeah, go ahead. Be angry. Be angry.
Thank you for recognizing me. As Russia chose to veto the resolution, I would want to ask a question. How can they, as a permanent member of this council, justify blocking peace and prolonging the suffering of an innocent people?
Yes, they're violating the charter. The charter has given them the responsibility for international peace and security. And a country like that comes up and says the sanctions to be lifted.
It's a deep shame for
and they have just restated their nuclear position. Is it a threat to the whole humanity?
Exactly.
So all this should be brought out.
It's a deep nation for
It is
such
a desperate moment. That's what you have to see.
It's a deep nation for the Federation of Russia to be a permanent member of the Security Council and use its power to block such important resolutions like this. I request during the voting session, all countries should stand as a unit and propose in favor for the resolution.
Take the permission, everybody. Before he joins, he has to ask any objection.
If the delegate of Ukraine wants to join the wait a second. The delegation of Ukraine wants to join the Security Council, and President can ask the delegates if there are any objections.
Is there any?
Russia, you're supposed to object, but if one objection is there, they won't be allowed on.
The distinguished representative of Ukraine has requested to participate in the debate on the subject. Unless there is an objection, I would like to invite the distinguished delegate.
Objection. Objection.
There has been put forward an objection by the delegate of Russia, so the request is declined.
Okay, carry on. But others who support Ukraine must speak if he cannot join, right?
To the Russian Federation, can I have a reason why you blocked the voice of Ukraine coming over to the Security Council?
Yes, ask him. You are supposed to be a democratic country, right?
Okay.
Put him on the mat, as they say. That's the purpose.
I repeat the question to the Russian Federation. What made you block Ukraine's voice coming over to the Security Council?
I believe that the answer for this very particular question should not be given in this very particular council, and the answer would be shown to us by the actions of Russia. Secondly, we consider the war as the US proxy war. The US is making Ukraine doing this war, attacking Russia, and we consider this as a US proxy war, and we would like to request member nations to ask US to stop this proxy war which they are going against Russia. And thirdly, Japan and many other countries were deliberating about the sanctions, and deliberating about the sanctions at this very particular moment clearly shows the loser that delegations here has lost their intelligence mind over deliberating upon something which doesn't even matters in this very particular resolution. I would like to request all member nations to not to attack Russia, but instead remember what other Western nations are doing. It's not about what explicitly a country or a nation has been doing, but it's all about what other nations has been doing in this very particular instance. What the US and its allies are doing, what the NATO is doing. You have been alleging Russia on attacking Russia, Ukraine, about the military intervention. Delegate of Slovenia had mentioned about the charter, the violation of the charter, and I would like to request Delegate of Slovenia.
Somebody interrupt him.
See, Russia, who is thinking that this is a US proxy, then stop fighting with Ukraine. You can fight directly to US. If you think that it is a US proxy war, why are you still fighting with Ukrainian soldiers?
Delegate of Japan, I would like to request you to understand the definition of what a proxy is.
I do know what a proxy is. Then you should stop ceasefire with what Ukrainian soldiers are doing. What are they done if you're thinking that US is a proxy?
The Russian Federation, this is a clear way of diverting the topic to something else. You are diverting the topic from the Russian-Ukraine war to, see, we are mentioning what Russia is accountable for, not what the NATO is accountable for.
Okay.
USA would like to
make a statement.
USA would like to make a statement.
The basic
What is happening here is basically Russia trying to dodge its liabilities of violating the charter, violating the international treaties, all that, or to show that there is nothing wrong with what they are doing. What they are doing is everything that they are doing is absolutely wrong, and what they are doing in this committee is just trying to dodge the blame and put the blame on the United Nations. The United Nations, a sovereign state that has always been for peace. Even for this resolution, even for this takeover war,
this clearly shows that
support to a nation that is struggling, a nation that is small, nation that is suffering.
Delegate, first understand what the United Nations and what the United States of America is. What is UN? What is US?
Russian Federation, this is a clear way of diverting.
Is the Russian Federation going to sacrifice all the basic principles of the United Nations and international law for their own self-interest?
If it was a charter, charter. If we are violated on Article 2, Clause 4, why is in the US alleged on this violation of 2011 Libya intervention of the NATO? Why is it violated?
Do you accept your mistake that you violated the Article 2 paragraph?
We don't accept. We have clearly shown that in our speech. What the charter is. I would like to request member relations to understand what is
Russia does not accept his mistake. The second thing is, in the starting of his statement, the Russian Federation did state that it will give its reply through actions. So are you saying that Russia will give its actions by demilitarizing the military in Ukraine and you will start to kill all the people of Ukraine?
If the delegation do think so,
a yes or no? It's a direct question.
If the
yes
delegation do think so, then we don't have a real answer for that.
Russia has been saying for a long time that it's a self-defense. And why is North Korean allies with you? You are saying that it is a self-defense.
Forget self-defense. Self-defense defined as
exactly self-defense.
Russia has been demolishing Ukraine for the past 2-3 years.
And how can you call that self-defense? Self-defense is defending your own country, not going to another country and defending the other people.
Take instead of Israel Palestine or Israel self-defense. Why is the US with Israel?
US
symbolize
Russia.
Russia.
This is a clear way of the Russian Federation trying to divert the topic from one account to another account, because the Russian Federation is clearly not accountable for all the violence they have
Could you
done.
explain the reason why, Russia, could you explain the reason why you objected to Ukraine jumping into this council meeting?
Because we really believe that the delegation from the sentences, the phrases that the delegation from Ukraine is not necessary in the council right now.
What do you mean not necessary?
Delegate of Russia. The 15-member Security Council. Russia. 15-member Security Council should be deliberated by the 15 members in the Security Council. That is really the mandate of the
This council is the mandate of democracy. Ukraine is the victim of the situation. They must be given the chance to speak.
Answer this question first. Is Russia going to abandon all the principles of the United Nations and international law for their own self-interest? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Firstly, why should I answer you on a very question that states yes or no? And even Russia has no obligation to answer.
It is a question.
Delegate member of the council, I would like to ask a question.
Russia, if you don't want to answer, then I don't think you don't want to have to sit here in this meeting.
I'm a permanent member of the. If I'm a permanent member of the Security Council, I do sit in the council.
Russia, stop dodging questions that we are giving you. This is a council meeting. You have to answer.
If I'm still a permanent member of the Security Council, I will do sit in the council.
Excuse me.
This council is built on democracy, not your autocracy.
Whether you are willing for a ceasefire.
The Russian Federation is responsible for one of the most
The member
violent
of this
crimes
council,
against
not only that the
humanity.
Russia would like to ask a question to the member of this council.
Russia, can you please?
Will we allow this unlawful aggression to succeed? Will we let Russia denial of Ukraine's sovereignty go unchallenged? Or will we stand firm, united and demand Russia's full withdrawal from Ukraine territory and the restoration of Ukraine territorial integrity? Russia has no justification for its action, and there will be no peace until they respect the sovereignty and dignity of Ukraine. And Russia is continuously violating the Non-Proliferation Treaty and NPT.
Russia. Not only for this, the Russian Federation proclaims to the Security Council that if they are doing this war only as a part for the right of Russia,
do you have any counters to all of these arguments?
Can you please explain me what
accusations?
was the illegal annexation in
Russia, why
Crimea
are
in
you silent? Why are you not
2014?
answering?
The annexation in Crimea. The annexation in Crimea was only to liberate our people from Crimea.
So you invaded
And
to another
don't
country.
consider
Those are not your
it as an
people.
invasion.
Those are
It was
families that
just to
lived
liberate
in
the
the
people
area
of
for
Crimea.
hundreds
What
of
happened
years.
in Eastern Ukraine? What happened in East
Stop
Ukraine?
putting
The election
Israel
held
and
in Crimea is
Palestine
an
here.
Why
This
is
is
in
unfair.
okay, delegation? Why is in the council deliberating on what exactly happened in
You're
East
changing
Ukraine?
the topic.
The humanitarian problem in East Ukraine.
Russian Federation,
You're
you're diverting
changing
the
the
topic.
topic to Israel and Palestine. You cannot do that.
How is
Russia, you
East
have to
Ukraine
ask me
diverted from the
questions.
topic? The topic is Ukraine crisis and East Ukraine is still part of Ukraine, I guess.
Do you accept your mistake of illegally annexing Crimea in 2014? Do you accept it?
No.
Delegate of
Why
Russia.
don't you?
Because it's not illegal annexation.
Delegate of
You
Russia.
said that
Because
you
we are
want
not
to
annexing it. Because
So you
it's
go and annex
not
the
an
country and
illegal
then you say it's not
annexation.
illegal
The
at
Russian
all.
Federation proclaimed a right to self-defense, and right to self-defense does not mean going to another country and killing the other people of the country.
Exactly.
Yeah, but we can protect our people. We can protect our people.
You can protect your people
Liberated
outside your
Crimea.
country, not inside
What we
another
done
country.
is, what we done is, what we done is, we liberated our people.
The US was
A
motivating
nation.
Ukraine to fight. That's false claims.
When you annexed Crimea and when you did the full-fledged attack on Ukraine first, how can you blame the US for motivating Ukraine to fight when they did not attack first? You are
all right.
To all the countries that are talking, Russia, please. Now,
Japan,
this war
Japan.
between
Let
Russia
us
and
talk.
Ukraine, I think Ukraine has to talk now. What do you have
Delegate
Russia.
It is
To the Russian
extremely great.
Federation.
Delegate of France, it's extremely great that you can sit in this council and deliberating on another issue when there's already genocide
These
that
were
happening
your
in the
words,
country.
not my words. These were your words. Do you forget your own words?
As the Federation of Russia is debating over here and is saying that are you saying that there are no mistakes committed by the Russian Federation? You debating over here is showing that the Russian Federation is a very innocent place.
Exactly.
Oh!
Russia.
My God!
Russia.
Okay, Russia.
The justification
Russia,
your
you're calling
president
a
gave for
ceasefire on
annexation
another
of
country.
Crimea.
We always consider our we always consider
Russia, in your statement, you proclaim that Russia is willing to do anything for its own self-interest. And that means violating the basic
our
principle.
people, for our people,
your people.
for our
What
people.
about the people of the world? What about the people?
Whereas we violated the principles of the charter. Firstly, study what the 111 articles of the charter is. Study what the chapter 16 chapters of the charter is.
People are a victim of your choices. Your government only profits. Your people are victims.
Do you commit to peace and justice of this world? Do you commit to peace and justice? It's a simple question. Wait. Let me ask. Do you commit to peace and global justice in this world?
We are currently liberating
No,
all the
it's a
people
yes or no
exactly
question.
for that.
Okay.
Exactly
You're not
for that.
liberating. You
Wait,
are.
one
Your
second.
people are victims of your own
Delegate.
crude actions.
Delegate of Federation, I didn't get an answer.
Oh,
Do
okay,
you
delegate.
commit for the
Delegate
justice and
Slovenia.
peace of this
Delegate
world?
Slovenia.
And if your answer is yes, because obviously a country and a nation such a big, having much geographical area of this world, obviously it should commit to peace and justice. Now, if you commit to peace and justice, you vetoing this resolution is a hypocrisy to your actions. You saying that we commit to the peace and justice and we don't want to support the Ukrainian people. How is that? I don't understand.
We commit to peace and resolution unless
Only in
it
Russia.
affects our
We support
nation.
only Russia.
Unless it affects
you
our
commit to
nation.
peace, seriously.
Unless it affects our nation. As a member nation, as
To
a
the
member
Russian
nation
Federation, there's
who
one
follows
thing.
our law.
There's
we
one
need-
thing. We recognize your wish to protect the Russian-speaking minority in Ukraine, but that does not mean you can. That doesn't mean you can violate the sovereignty of the country of Ukraine.
Okay.
And
Forget all of this.
What do you
Russian
mean by
Federation,
liberating the
how
people?
do you
Do you
commit
mean
to
liberating
making
from
an
this
end
world
solution to
forever?
this? Russian Federation, how do you commit to making a peaceful solution in the ongoing conflict for the Russian-Ukraine war?
I believe that is exactly
Russia,
why we
your
are deliberating
To
here.
the Russian Federation, you asked me which article. UN Charter, Chapter 1, Article 2, Subsection 4. All members shall refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state or any other manner inconsistent with the purposes of the United Nations. You are a founding member.
The
You are a permanent member.
Russian-speaking
You are one of the founding
population-
members, and you violated the charter yourself. You asked for which article, and they gave you the article. What is your reply?
You said
Stop
you're a
blathering
permanent
and
member
answer.
of the state.
Russian-
You are entrusted with the responsibility of peace. That's why you became a permanent member, and you yourself is becoming a conflict
Russia.
causer. Do you
Russia
realize
not-
that, Russia?
Russia, not only that, you are calling a ceasefire on another country called Israel. Why not on your own country? Can't you call a ceasefire?
That is a
Clear form of
We would,
hypocrisy.
we would,
Clear
call,
form
a,
of
we would
hypocrisy.
call a ceasefire unless it. We would call a ceasefire under certain conditions, and the conditions have already been set to the council, set to the World Council. See,
You should realize that.
by-
And you
by
declined
said-
that ceasefire offer.
See,
How many
just
times have you tried to have this ceasefire
just a simple question. There was a very recent allegation that Russia has used ICBM, right? Russia has used ICBM, which clearly there's a Reuters report stating that Russia has not used ICBM.
Russia used
There's the
ICBM
origin of
against
this allegation. How these allegations are related? How these allegations are related? That's the
Okay, then
question.
Russian Federation, can you explain why you propose nuclear threats over to Ukraine? For what reason? I need a defined reason.
And
Why?
Ukraine is not even a nuclear
Okay,
state.
fine,
How
fine.
can you threaten it
It's
with
not-
such claims?
we consider the war as a US proxy war, and if the US is trying to attack our country through Ukraine,
US attacking, you
proxy
started the war.
the
and
proxy war-
US will only attack your country if you decide to make an attack.
proxy war. It's called a proxy war.
Not their war against
Russia,
you.
the US will only attack you if you decide to go against the international laws.
And if the US attacks us, we have more nuclear
Russia,
wars than
That
the
is only
entire
if-
NATO. And we are
Russia,
even
that is
committed to
only
attack
if.
them back.
Russia, you keep on saying that is only if. But you
Your
already
violation
proposed
of the
an
UN Charter
you already
is clear
proposed
cut.
towards all
How do
televised
you
address
defend
that
your
you
statement?
are ready to put nuclear threats against
Anything
all
you
the
find
countries.
out. Your first dialogue is we will threaten you with nuclear war. What is this? Do you not care about the rest of the earth? You speak so much about sustainability and etc. Then you itself cause
Russia-
nuclear wars
That to a
here.
permanent
As a
member of the
Russia,
Security
we
Council.
always care about our people.
Oh, always. So what about the other people?
We didn't say that we didn't care about our people.
Suffering because of your actions. You care about them. Go and
We
ask your
consider-
people first. They will tell you to stop the
Delegates,
war.
We consider our sovereignty greater than anything.
Them for
Delegates.
the entire world forever to death.
As we heard the Russian Federation just saying that we only care for the people of our own country. Does this mean that Russian Federation should have a removal of its permanent position?
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
More than that, delegation of the world community understand that there is no provision under the UN Charter to remove our permanent member
And
state.
that is what you're
We
using
realize-
as your advantage and making the rest of the
Understand there is
permanent
no
members of
provision
this
under the
assembly
charter
feel ashamed.
to do. Understand that there is no provision under the charter to do the same.
Russia, you should be ashamed at how many
I call
times
this
Ukraine
Russia.
put on ceasefire.
Russia,
You should be ashamed.
Are you
Sierra Leone,
worried about the
you are in disruptive order.
This resolution is put to vote. There is no proper conclusion with this discussion, so the resolution is put to vote. Security Council like to make a statement before the vote? The delegate of People's Democratic Republic of Algeria may speak.
Delegate, sorry to interrupt you. President, can you please repeat the question? I don't think everybody was paying attention. Is there any delegate who would like to make a statement, formal statement before the vote? Are there any delegates who would like to make prepared statements before the vote? Do you want to? Yes, you also have a provision to make a statement after the vote. Before the vote and after the vote, you have the provision. People who want, delegates who want to make a statement before the vote may please raise your place cards. It's 2 minutes. Please make sure that the time is maintained. I request the Undersecretary General to take note of the delegates. Once you're done, we can move on with the statements.
The delegate of People's Democratic Republic of Algeria may speak.
People's Democratic Republic of Algeria is deeply disappointed with this resolution. There has been no mention of the pro-Russian / separatist groups in Donetsk and Luhansk. There has been no mention of the removal of sanctions placed on the Russian Federation. We realize that the Russian Federation does not deserve the removal of sanctions. But the thing is, Russia is extremely important to world stability and economic power. Without Russia, key sectors around the world, military, trade, finance, everything will go down. We have already experienced the inflation of prices for basic commodities over the past 3 years, and we believe that is due to the sanctions placed on Russia. We are disappointed that we have not condemned the attack. We have not condemned the supply of troops by the People's Republic of Korea to Russia, which are to be used in attack on civilians, which are direct violations of the international humanitarian law. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria. Next, the delegate of Slovenia may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. Distinguished delegates, after an intense debate upon committing to holding Russian Federation for the accountability of the war crimes they have done, as the delegate of Slovenia, I strongly support in favor for the resolution. If any member, especially the Russian Federation, dares to veto this resolution, it will just not be a political move. It will be a betrayal to all the humanity. It will be a betrayal of every life affected by this crisis, and it will send a message that we, as the international community, are more interested in power than in peace. Slovenia will vote in favor of this resolution, and we call upon all the nations to do the same. Let us not let political issues destroy our humanity's peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Slovenia. Next, the Delegate of the Swiss Confederation may speak.
Before the resolution is voted, I would like to address a few laws broken by Russia. So Article 39, the threat to peace, was broken by Russia. Article 2 was broken by Russia, and Article 33 and Article 51. These are means that the Russia, a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, a creator of the United Nations Security Council, who was meant to protect peace, is now using its power to deprive Ukraine of its peace.
Thank you, Delegate of Swiss Confederation. Next, the Delegate of the United States of America may speak.
The United States will not stand idly by while Russia continued its unlawful action and blatant disgrace for global peace. We will intensify our sanction against Russia until it sees its aggressive behavior and respects international norms. The world cannot tolerate such flagrant violation. Moreover, let it be known that if Russia persists its disruptive and dangerous actions, the United States is prepared to take further countermeasures to protect global stability and uphold international law.
Thank you, Delegate of the United States of America. Next, the Delegate of Japan may speak.
As a delegate of Japan, we are vehemently against what is happening in Ukraine right now. And in the past few sessions, it's just been a talk of words, and we've all been trying to put in our ideas. But as a delegate, I was wanting to bring to the notice of the Council that amidst this war, there are many other issues that is happening too, because of the war. So it is a known fact by the Council that Ukraine, okay, it is called the breadbasket of Europe. The last 2 years' war has caused significant rise in inflation. However, what is often forgotten is that poor, underdeveloped countries are facing shortages in agricultural supplies supported by Ukraine. So let's talk more about solutions. This talk will keep going on, whether there's a ceasefire or not. We know that Russia has veto power. We know that these discussions will keep going on. But what about those countries that are still facing famine and are having shortages for having food because of this current issue? So, I request as a delegate of Japan, a UN resolution be placed whereby Russia shall agree not to obstruct or disrupt the supply chain from Ukraine to these already deprived, hard-hit, famine-facing countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Japan. Next, the Delegate of Malta may speak.
The delegate of Malta wants to say that contribution from Russia to Ukraine should be made sure, as there is no saying to when Russia could do the same thing again. And for that, I would like to add that Russia should provide resources for a long-term development for Ukraine, as well as to make up with them for all their losses. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Malta. Next, the Delegate of the Republic of Sierra Leone may speak.
We would like to start by saying we are very disappointed in the decision by Russia. We are also disappointed in the decision by Russia to not to include Ukraine in the Security Council for its meeting. We are very disappointed by it because Russia speaks of making a ceasefire deal, but it is not allowing Ukraine to speak about its part of the deal. It is not allowing it to speak about what it needs. It is not allowing it to speak about its own interest. And Russia keeps speaking about Russia's interest, but not about Ukraine's interest or any other countries that is involved in this war. They are not speaking about their interests. Russia is not allowing them to speak about their interests. We are also disappointed because Russia speaks about the atrocities that is Ukraine committing on a Russian minority in Ukraine. But it has not approached the UNSC or UN, which is created for such discussions between countries. It does not come to us. Rather, it goes to the land and invades it. It does not state the problem in an organization created to solve the problem. It rather goes and invades a country because it feels that it is better than the organization that is created to prevent wars, which undermines its own position as a creator of UN, as one of the founding member of UN. It fails to recognize its own position on it. We would also like to mention that Russia could have prevented this war if they we would also like to mention that Russia speaks that it is a proxy war of US, but NATO has never had a temporary placement of soldiers in the Eastern Bloc until the war of Russia-Ukraine war started. It was the Russians who invaded Ukraine, not the Americans. It was the Russians who started this war, and they are not currently allowing Ukraine to speak about it. They are not allowing us to discuss about it. They are blocking everything that prevents them from losing our support.
Thank you, Delegate of the Republic of Sierra Leone. Next, the Delegate of the Republic of Korea may speak.
The Republic of Korea is deeply saddened by the fact that nothing of this resolution will be passed due to the misuse of veto power by Russia. Republic of Korea has never provided military aid to countries in conflict, but since the situation has worsened with misuse of power at its prime, also with the fact that countries like North Korea is now involved in this conflict, Republic of Korea is now considering discussions about providing direct military aid to Ukraine, as we cannot allow this abuse of power to continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Republic of Korea. Next, the Delegate of Republic of Ecuador may speak.
Esteemed delegates, as a representative of Ecuador, I stand before you to vocally condemn Russia's unlawful invasion of Ukraine. The act of aggression blatantly violates the principles of the United Nations Charter, particularly the respect of the territorial integrity and the sovereignty of the nations. Russia's actions have resulted in the devastating loss of life, destruction of infrastructure, and immense suffering for the people of Ukraine. Russia, what audacity do you have to justify your actions? Your actions has caused immense destructions to Ukraine. What you've done is inhumanely. You are a part of the United Nations. You were there when the United Nations was made. The United Nations was made for the peace and security of the nations in this earth. And you yourself has used your power to do such things. You even said that a nuclear war is bound to happen. You made that statement. You made a threat to the world. This United Nations was made because of a nuclear war, right? These are just selfless actions for your selfishness. So it's better if you don't use your power against yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Republic of Ecuador. Next, the Delegate of China may speak.
As a delegate of China, we are deeply saddened and profoundly disgusted by Russia's point of view, as we have seen multiple nations in Europe getting support from Russia. But since the Russia-Ukraine war has started, none of the supply has been going to the necessary countries or getting any heating system to the countries which are in need. We're deeply saddened by your profoundly found interest in your power, but there might be that China is finding a solution, trying to find a solution where every UN members should come in alignment and find themselves together to uphold this peace, which should not go to a World War III. We want peace and not violence. That's what China is trying to find. And we are pretty sure Russia has different point of view that USA is going to take over or any other Trump is going to be involvement into the war. Russia should realize that not one country is in aid. Many countries need help from Russia. Not only Russia, even Ukraine is in desperate need of help. We as a UN members, we can't stand and we can't simply sit here loafing around and saying that Russia and Ukraine war should be stopped. We should put a strict action to it. We want the war to end, not the war to continue. Russia should realize this and put an end to this. So we should make an amendment that both countries, where Ukraine should be part of the member league, and also we should also find a solution, a long-lasting solution between these two countries. Thank you, President.
Thank you, Delegate of China. I now propose to put the resolution to vote. Those in favor of the resolution, please raise your name cards. Those against the resolution, please raise your hands. Those who abstain, please raise your placards.
Say the numbers and then say that because of the permanent members vote.
Would any distinguished delegate of the Security Council like to make a statement after the vote?
No. Announce the results.
The results are as follows. Votes in favor of the resolution, 14. Votes against the resolution, 1. Those who abstain, 0. The resolution on maintenance of peace and security in Ukraine has been declined as one of the permanent members of the Security Council has proposed a negative vote. Would any distinguished delegate of the Security Council like to make a statement after the vote? The delegates who made statement before the vote is not allowed to make it after. Maybe in short. Delegate of Republic of France may speak.
Madam President, distinguished members of the Security Council, France deeply regrets the veto exercised by the Russian Federation, which blocks this critical resolution aimed at addressing the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Ukraine and advancing the prospects for peace. The international community has shown once again its clear commitment to upholding international law, protecting civilians, and ensuring that humanitarian assistance reaches those who are suffering. Russia's veto today not only undermines the principles of the United Nations, but also prolongs the humanitarian sufferings of the Ukrainian people. The actions of the Russian Federation are in direct violation of the Charter of the United Nations, and this veto serves only to delay the peace and stability that are so urgently needed in the region. France remains committed to the principles enshrined in the resolution, and we will continue to work with our allies and partners to ensure that humanitarian aid reaches those in need, and that efforts to seek a just and lasting peace in Ukraine ground its respect for its sovereignty and the protection of its people. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of the Republic of France. The Delegate of Russia may speak.
Distinguished delegates, thank you, Mr. President. We regretfully exercise our veto, not because we enjoy being the bad guy in your international drama, but because we firmly believe that without our unique perspectives, these meetings would not have a conclusion. Allow us to assure you, our veto is not just a no, but it's a conversation starter or call for deeper reflection. We wouldn't want these meetings to become a monotonous as a 7-hour lecture on the history of international law. Let's continue the discourse with creativity and vigor, ensuring that our quest for peace remains ever so captivating. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Russia. I assume myself as the Delegate of United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland and speak. The United Kingdom condemns the Russian Federation for abusing its veto power to block this resolution, thereby undermining the Security Council's ability to uphold international peace and security and perpetuating the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Ukraine. This misuse of veto prioritizes self-interest over global stability and justice, contradicting the principles of the United Nations Charter. Thank you. The Security Council has concluded the debate on strategies for conflict resolution in Ukraine crisis. The meeting has been adjourned.
Anyway, you fulfilled my dream of a real, actual debate in a secret session. This is what happens. Only 14 people, 15 people can sit there and the Secretary General. Nobody else hears. Now they have all heard it, but that you never get in the UN. The chamber of secret consultation is called torture chamber. You keep on abusing each other till early morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, they'll abstain. So this is the kind of atmosphere I wanted to create. But the one mistake here is Russia so isolated in the world? That's what happened. There are some countries who would not want to be against Russia, and they should have abstained. You understand? You all voted for the resolution, but now Russia has painted itself into a corner. But Russia has supporters. They are not isolated like that. And what happened to those supporters? What does Sierra Leone think? No, so you should have abstained.
Sierra Leone has voted against Russia in multiple occasions.
Did they vote against in the Security Council?
Yeah, they have voted against one.
Okay, it's all right if they voted against, because some countries, truly non-aligned countries, will not vote against. They will only abstain.
Sierra Leone sometimes abstains in certain resolutions, sometimes votes against Russia. It's more leaning towards Western.
Okay, anybody else who is likely to be neutral? Yeah? There are some pro-Soviet countries in the Security Council, right? They can't be isolated like that.
The reason Algeria voted against was because Russia clearly stated that Russia only cares about the interests of its own people, not people from outside. We asked and they said only its own people.
No, such cases you cannot take a line which is not likely to be taken by Algeria.
Then again,
in such cases, abstention is the answer, not voting against.
Then again,
I expected at least 2 or 3 delegations to abstain.
Then again, Algeria was dependent on Russia for military support, but now Algeria has aligned itself with the US as well.
No, I know all that. I'm not saying that they are allied with Russia. But there is a certain nuance, So when there is a nuance, you just abstain. When you are doubtful, just abstain. And I don't know, there may be other countries like that. Sierra Leone, I thought, would abstain. Then who else? Not red countries, but pink countries. Anyway, I didn't study the list. That's all right, but Russia has actually gone against their interests by getting all these opposition. You can veto any time, but you made them angry. 14 of them vote against you. So fair enough. So stop the war now, at least. Okay, thank you very much. It was very well done. So I'm sure all of us will remember this particular discussion. This is how it happens. People shout at each other literally like this. Senior ambassadors and foreign ministers. So, but nobody else will know about it.
Sir, I just have a query. Sir, actually, some certain, I think it's Republic of Korea, what mentioned about the suspending the permanent membership of Russia.
Anybody can say anything. How does it matter? Nobody can suspend anybody like that.
Is it possible in the procedures?
Not possible.
I know, but if you like, is it possible in a way if you like amend the charter through Article 108 of the charter? So couldn't it be possible?
No. How do you do it in this resolution? This is a Security Council resolution. So here you cannot do any of those things. So you either, when you vote one of the three. You have no other choice. But in argument, if you say you can burn Russia, all that you can say, but it has no effect, right? Because you have a veto in your hand. Anything else?
Sir, in the real United Nations, is it possible, like if any one of the permanent members, if they try and act against the international laws, and if the rest 4 of the permanent members are against that one permanent member, can that one particular permanent member be removed? Like let's say, for example...
Nobody can be removed.
No one can be removed.
Nobody can.
And what if...
These are all arguments. They don't mean that. When somebody says, dismiss Russia from the UN, you can say that, but nobody will hear it.
So, but what if Russia still continues to act in such a similar way? And it does not keep a ending solution, but it still wants to...
They have burned out the world.
Exactly. So, sir,
they have already changed the laws relating the use of nuclear weapons yesterday.
Yes, sir.
So we don't know what's going to happen.
So that means the United Nations is now all under the control of Russia's veto.
Yes, the United Nations is dead, don't you know?
Yeah.
We are trying to revive the United Nations. Actually, the United Nations as it is, when a permanent member fights a war, then what is the United Nations worth it? See, they were given the veto power to save the world. So, in the sense that they have the threat to international security, where they can vote in whatever way to prevent a conflict. That is why the permanent members were given the veto. But once a permanent member declare a war against another member, then the United Nations doesn't exist anymore. The Security Council doesn't exist because they are the ones responsible for keeping the peace. So that is why I say that the world order as we knew it is finished. Please realize that. And then we have to build a new world order, and therefore we are all struggling with each other as to who the leader will that be. So you have the American group, NATO is there. There is now the global South. We are trying to build the global South to such a way that we can resist the NATO. And also, you didn't make any suggestions about other than war. Like, for example, you can say we will not say that those who support Ukraine can ask Russia. Suppose we don't allow Ukraine to join the UN. Will you stop the war? Join the NATO. That's how the war started, isn't it? Their minimum demand was Ukraine should not join either European Union or NATO. There is an understanding given to the Western world. The Western world had given that assurance to Russia when the Cold War ended. They said that we will not allow individual members of the Soviet Union to join NATO. And then several of them joined. And nobody made any noise. Only when Ukraine wanted to join, then Russia said nothing to him. So if NATO was more balanced, this situation would not have happened. So the Americans allowed them to join the NATO after Clinton had given an assurance after the Cold War that none of them will join. At that time, Putin was very weak. So he just swallowed it. So when he became strong, he said, now I will not accept this. This is the situation. So you have to change that back into a situation where people are more reasonable. What is the harm in Ukraine joining NATO?
There's no harm.
Yeah, so this is just a technical thing. Sorry?
There is a harm.
There is a?
There is a harm. Harm for Russia only, not for the
Harm?
other
What harm?
I mean, if
There are so many other countries in NATO, doesn't mean that there will be a war. You have to be realistic.
If Ukraine joins NATO, then that would be an entry point for the NATO, entire of NATO to enter Russia, since
No,
we
so
share
there
a
will be a
common
change
boundary.
in the world order. Now we are in the, 21st century. So when was NATO formed? And why was NATO formed? NATO should have actually abolished itself. Warsaw Pact doesn't exist. After the Cold War, NATO should have wound up. What is NATO's purpose? Containing communism. Where is communism? There is no communism in this world anymore, except in Kerala. Right?
So China?
Russians are not communists. Chinese are not communists.
Sir, doesn't Russia have its own version of NATO called CSTO?
Yes, but that is not a... Anybody can have any grouping. But NATO and Warsaw Pact had a history of preventing world war after the Second World War so far. Isn't it? So you must not see it in black and white. Everybody abuses veto. Do you think India would have survived without the Soviet veto? 5 times Soviet Union vetoed and saved India. Do you know that? Yes, in Kashmir, in Goa, in Afghanistan, in Bangladesh. The whole world was against you when Soviet Union's veto saved us. So that is a different world altogether. Now it's a different world.
Yeah, but doesn't Russia having CSTO then blaming that NATO is responsible? Isn't that contradictory?
No, they may say so. They can say so, that NATO is not in our interest. So you have to have a compromise. The Americans must now propose to them, which I think Trump will do. He will say, we will give you the disputed land, which is occupied by Soviet Russia but not acknowledged. Acknowledge it, give them Crimea, give them Donbass, and then give it. That is one way, and the other way is to prevent Ukraine from joining the war, joining NATO, and so there can be an arrangement. But nobody is willing to go to that at this stage yet.
Finland and Sweden joining.
I can't hear you.
After invasion of Ukraine, Finland and Sweden joined NATO.
Yes.
So didn't the Russian? Okay.
No, they objected to that. But West London did it. If they do that now now suppose they declare tomorrow Ukraine is a member of NATO, there's nothing that Americans can do.
They attacked Ukraine, stating that Ukraine cannot join NATO because it's in the border of Russia, and it will.
But if Finland can join, why not Ukraine?
Yeah, that's what I'm.
Even European Union they're objecting to. So Russians are being very, very nasty. So both sides has to climb down, otherwise how will the war end? So we are now seeing a change in history. You're all, witnessing a big change in the world order. So you cannot presume NATO is good, Warsaw Pact is bad, or NAM is good. There's no such thing. All these things have disappeared from the face of the earth. So you must realize that. Okay. I have no time for a geopolitical class.
Srinivasan sir for his continued mentoring. I request all the delegates to please come forward for a group photo. The delegates of Security Council, please join us for a group speech. spirited words. And it's good to know that you are taking skills that you have developed here to your personal life as well, which is great. This is a space where you learn skills. This is a place where you learn conflict resolution. And it is amazing if you can take it, if you have that as a takeaway as well. So thank you so much for your words. Now I would like to give the floor to the delegate of Russia.
Hi, I'm the delegation of Russia. So my name is Sovata Robin. I was there in the UN Replica last year. So even last year also I said feedback, and the last sentence of the feedback happened to be, I will surely attend next year's Replica, and here in the next year I'm here in the Replica too. Last year when I attended the Replica, I was impressed by the setup, the setup of the General Assembly. And today in this Replica, I am really impressed by the informal consultation of the Security Council. Followed by that, coming from the background of Model United Nations, it was indeed a task in grasping everything from the UN Replica. Something very different. Last year, I was really thinking, okay, is this exactly how the Model United Nations work? Because just before last year's Replica, I usually go to my delegates in Model United Nations and I'll obviously say to them a statement that come to Model United Nations, we simulate the real UN here. And when I attended UN Replica, I understood that Model United Nations is not the real UN. It is somewhat, if in Replica it is 90% the real UN and 10% it's obviously an informal fun element, but it's exactly the opposite when it comes to MUNs. When it comes to MUN, it is 80% fun and 20% procedural. So I would recommend you guys to do MUNs, as your alumni said, just because there is no other Replica in Kerala. Maybe I don't know any other replicas outside Kerala. I've not heard about a UN Replica outside Kerala. To date, I have done more than 50 MUNs. You come to a recent MUN, you come to Kerala, there are a lot of MUNs which happen in Kerala. One among them is obviously Newell's. And there are a lot other MUNs which is going to happen in the upcoming months. So come to MUNs in Kerala, you can find me chairing there. And you can find me saying a statement that this is MUNs are not the real UN. So, he has set up a Domil Anthony Johnson, right? See, he's a person who has chaired almost all the IIT MUNs, almost all the NIT MUNs, almost all the national university MUNs. So in the field of MUNs, we consider him as a very big inspiration for all of us. And we consider that the sole reason is because he studied in Labour India. He has got an opportunity to attend almost 150 plus MUNs studying as a student in Labour India. I started my MUN journey after my school. In my school days, when I'm in your age, in the 11th standard, 12th standard, I'm not even heard about a word called MUNs. And in that time, if Labour India is providing an opportunity out of the box other than MUNs called UN Replica, then that is indeed a very great exposure that Labour India is trying to give its students. So use your opportunities well. Use your opportunities in which you can go for Model United Nations. This is the time to start. The 11th standard students, 12th standard students, 10th standard students, this is exactly the time to start. This is where exactly people like Domila started. And even after 5 years, we can see you guys chairing NIT MUNs, IIT MUNs and all. So all the best for your future endeavors. I'll try coming for next year's UN Replica. I can't give you an assurance like last year, but again I'll try coming for next year's UN Replica. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Russia, and also congratulations on your presidency of United Nations General Assembly yesterday. You did a stellar job. Thank you so much. Now that Delegate of France is also requested to speak, but before coming to that, thank you so much for summing up your 2 years of UN Replica experience in that short span of a couple of minutes. Thank you so much, and we hope we see you again next year, and thank you so much for summing everything up and how your experience in MUN is different from your experience in UN Replica, and thank you for speaking for us when you go to MUNs as well. Thank you so much, Sohed. Moving on to the Delegate of France.
Hi everyone, my name is Gata and I know most of you are 10th, 11th, 12th, and college students, but I am only in 9th. And last year when I came to UN Replica, I was in 8th. I got Guyana, and I had no clue regarding UN or MUNs or anything. And actually, UN Replica taught me how UN is. It made me to check up more on UN. And this year when I came, I actually wished last year I was sitting in the audience and I wished I should get a chance to be part of the Security Council. And I'm so grateful I got the chance. How much the UN Replica has taught me, I cannot describe it in words because I have learned so much. And this year's topics were so serious that they helped me to understand the root cause of many problems that are happening in the world. And I've started listening to many of the international news and I'm aware of things. So I'm very grateful to Labour India School and my school for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Delegate of France, for that very succinct, pithy expression on your experience of UN Replica for the 2 years that you've been here. And also, it's great to have people who come back for UN Replica more. And I must say, all of your performances were amazing today, especially when it comes to informal session. People who were here for the informal session last year will tell you that it was a little bit more formal in the last year because we were discussing amendments. But the reason we were not discussing amendments this year is because we have a veto power amongst us against whom the draft resolution is going to be placed. So that is why Sir said it's pointless to have amendments because this amendment is not going to pass. So let's have at it during the informal session. So that is what happened and I thoroughly enjoyed the informal session. I was having fun. Honestly, you guys were doing an amazing job and I had so much fun. Thank you so much for that. And you all have done a wonderful job. Thank you. And thank you for your very active participation. Now, we have one last delegate who would like to speak. And Delegate of China, I would request you to please limit it to 1 minute. Because, okay?
First of all, I would like to thank RPMS, Residential Principal Anita ma'am, and Suja ma'am for giving me an opportunity to enter SC. I wanted to be in SC for a couple of weeks. I've been requesting multiple times, but they said already it's full, probably won't get a chance. But here I am, I got an opportunity to enter SC, I got an opportunity to say my word. I thank Rosemary Miss for giving me China. I really appreciate you for giving me a stand on the view. And I would thank everyone for joining in the discussion and hope that everyone enjoyed the United Nations replica.
Thank you, Delegate of China. And one point that needs to be pointed out was Delegate of China was, as you can see, we have 2 delegates for China. Delegation of the Delegate of China couldn't make it on time for various reasons, which are totally fine. Sometimes it happens, so not a problem at all. But she made it in time. And but in the meantime, the Delegate of China who just spoke decided to step in for her and make sure that he held her place till she came. And for that, I would like to appreciate both of you because that is also a spirit of collaboration that we see here. Congratulations to the both of you. And together they made the decision to, split the, interaction in the SC. One made the prepared statements and the other made the comments during the informal session. So that is also another tidbit that we would like you to take away from UN Replica, the spirit of collaboration, the spirit of working towards a resolution for a problem and not working against each other. Thank you so much for your participation. We shall now and special congratulations to all of you and thank you so much to the President of UNSC. She also did a wonderful job. To the Secretary General and the Under Secretary General for holding the Secretariat strong. For the Under Secretary General from yesterday as well. So now that we have made all the comments and it's been done, I would like to request you all to move to your lunch. Your lunch has been arranged in the same location that it was arranged yesterday. And I would also like to request you to be back in this hall by it's 12:45 now. We would request you to please be back by 1:30 for our, this hall itself, for our valedictory session. Thank you, everybody.
Embodied the noble ideals and principles of the United Nations throughout this enriching experience. We are deeply honored by the esteemed presence of our campus. We also take immense pride in welcoming Sri Rajesh George Kulangara, Managing Director, Srimati Sujaki George, Principal of Labour India Institution, Labour India Public School. This is Tinu Rajesh, Resident Director. Please take your seats and over to Ms. Rosemary. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita ma'am, for that wonderful note of welcome to all of us and me personally. Without much ado, let's enter into our valedictory session, the valedictory session of UN Replica 2024, the 9th edition of UN Replica. Let us all please rise for a moment of silent prayer. Thank you, everyone. Today we gather not only to celebrate the achievements of our young representatives, but also to honor the contributions of those who have propelled this initiative forward. And to offer a formal note of welcome to this August gathering, I request our dear Principal, Srimati Sujaki George, to deliver the welcome address.
Esteemed Chief Guest, our mentor, Ambassador T.P. Srinivasan sir, respected dignitaries, our beloved MD, Sri Rajesh George Kulangara, the coordinators of the program, the mentors, parents, teachers from other institutions, participants, and my beloved students. Now it's my honor and privilege to welcome you all to the closing ceremony of the 9th edition of UN Replica, hosted by Labour India Educational Institutions. This year's UN Replica is especially significant as it coincides with the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, an organization that has played a vital role in promoting peace, security, and global cooperation since its inception in 1945. Over the last 80 years, the UN has inspired nations to work together for a better tomorrow. And through this UN Replica 2024, our young delegates have embraced this legacy by participating in a meaningful discussion, negotiations, and resolutions. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Ambassador T.P. Srinivasan IFS, our chief mentor and the guiding light since the inception of the UN Replica in 2016. Sir, your vast experience, wisdom, and dedication to nurturing young minds have made this event truly special. As you celebrate your 80th birthday, it is indeed a fitting coincidence that the UN and you share this milestone year. It is indeed a fitting, actually, it is a very happy occasion for us to mention this especially. Your mentorship has been the cornerstone of this initiative, and we are deeply honored by your presence as you guide and inspire the next generation of global leaders. Your role in distributing awards today adds immense value to this momentous occasion. Hearty welcome, dear T.P. Srinivasan sir, to this valedictory ceremony. I would also like to recognize Sri Rajesh George Kulangara, Managing Director of Labor India Educational Institutions, whose vision and leadership have been pivotal in transforming Ambassador Srinivasan's dream into a reality. Your relentless support has elevated UN Replica to new heights, and your contributions deserve our heartfelt gratitude. Hearty welcome, Sri Dear Rajesh George Kulangara, to this occasion. A special mention must go to Ms. Rosemary Jose. Your support and meticulous planning have been instrumental in shaping the success of this event. Ms. Rosemary, your contributions to this initiative and to empowering young minds are truly commendable, and we deeply value your role in this journey, and hearty welcome to you to this occasion. I extend my warm appreciation to all the participants. You're all from various schools and colleges whose enthusiasm, preparation, and dedication have made UN Replica 2024 a grand success. Your exceptional debating skills, diplomacy, and teamwork have been nothing short of inspiring, and you have carried forward the ideals of the United Nations with grace and passion. To all the parents, coordinators, and teachers who have guided and supported these talented students, we thank you for your invaluable effort. Hearty welcome to one and all. Now, let me extend a warm welcome to our Gurukulam family, to the leadership team of Labor India Educational Institutions, Mrs. Tinu Rajesh, Resident Director, Dr. Anita Andrew, Resident Principal. Your support and tireless efforts have been instrumental in organizing this event. Thank you so much, both of you, and hearty welcome, dear Ms. Tinu and dear Dr. Anita Andrew. Now I would like to take this opportunity to welcome and appreciate all dear teachers, the coordinators of the event, the staff of Labor India Educational Institutions. Your commitment and dedication have been the beacon of this event's success, from the meticulous planning stages to the smooth execution. Your efforts have ensured that this conference has been a memorable and impactful experience for all of us, and hearty welcome to each one of you. As we conclude this 9th edition of UN Replica, let us reflect on the invaluable lessons learned, the ideas exchanged, and the friendships formed. This event is more than just a competition. It is a journey of transformation, empowering young minds to lead with responsibility and purpose. On behalf of Labor India Educational Institutions, I congratulate all the participants and the winners for your outstanding performance. May the values of peace, cooperation, and diplomacy that you have embodied here continue to guide you in your future endeavors. Once again, thank you all for making this event a grand success. May the 80th anniversary of the United Nations and the legacy of its mission continue to inspire us all. Special thanks to Mr. Gogul, Mr. Gis Joseph for your wonderful support, and welcome both of you to this program. Now, let's all rise and give a heartfelt standing ovation to our beloved Chief Mentor, Ambassador T.P. Srinivasan sir, as he celebrates his incredible 80th birthday. His wisdom, kindness, and constant guidance have touched each of us deeply, shaping the way we think, act, and aspire to lead. For years, he has selflessly shared his knowledge, not just about diplomacy, but about life itself. His mentorship has been a beacon of inspiration, helping us grow into better individuals, and we are forever grateful for the love and wisdom he continues to pass on to every generation, especially to Labor India family. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, everyone, and a wonderful evening. Thank you. I request you all to please take your seats. Thank you so much, Suja ma'am, for your words of encouragement, appreciation, and your words of welcome.
UN Replica has consistently been held for 9 consecutive years, and it is a team effort, but spearheading this effort is the visionary Managing Director of Labour India Institutions, Sri Rajesh George Kulangara. On this occasion, I would like to welcome you, sir, and invite you to deliver the concluding remarks.
Good afternoon, respected delegates, our most respected mentor, Ambassador T.P. Srinivasan sir, dignitaries on and off the dais, parents, teachers, and my dear students. This is just the beginning for you. I know 2 days of deliberations, discussions, and debates have sparked a need to learn more, to experience more, to understand and share more. We are in a world where we are not able to communicate with our brothers and sisters. We are brewing enmity across the borders. We don't understand the basic fundamentals of humanity. And I know in the last 2 days, you have discussed and debated about this fundamental flaw in education, in this fundamental law of humanity to love, to share, and to understand. UN Replica is a very small program, but the kind of impact it will have in your life cannot be measured. I can guarantee you one thing: the discussions that you had today will have ripple effects in your life. It will have impact in the careers that you choose, and it will affect the decisions that you take from today onwards. I hope all of you know about the news of Russia firing an intercontinental ballistic missile and the consequences it will have. As you know, we discussed in the last 2 days to come to a resolution, a creative resolution, after critically discussing all the important aspects of the conflicts. At this age, grade 6 to grade 12 and in college, you are discussing the most critical crisis that humanity is facing today. And you were creative enough, you were capable enough to come up with the most smart resolution that the humanity can have. This is the power that you have. If you have this power at this age, what is going to be the future of this world when you are going to lead the world? The potential and the power that you have today should be calculated, and it has to be exponentially nurtured by teachers, by parents, by education institutions, so that you are molded and groomed into world leaders. Unfortunately, there may be some gaps that we understand. But even if there is a gap, it is your decision that matters the most. It is your life, and if you decide, that is it. So this is the spark that we are giving you today. UN Replica is an inspiration for each one of you to think again about your life, think again about your future, and think again about this world that we are going to live in. And on this auspicious occasion, I take pride in once again wishing you the very best. And I know last 9 years we have created hundreds of delegates who are capable to take decisions for themselves. We have our dear friend Advait here. I think most of you have met him. I would like to take this opportunity to specially appreciate Advait. He was a science student. He was a physics, chemistry, math, computer science student. Am I right, Advait? He was having his 12th model exam when we had UN Replica. 12th board exam, model exams he had. And he took time to prepare and participated in that UN Replica. And he won prizes. And that changed the outlook of his parents, his family, and maybe it affected him as well. And now he's pursuing his law. And that too in the most prestigious National Law Academy. I don't want you to take a U-turn. I don't want you to take hard decisions. I don't want to deny suggestions from your parents. I'm just showing you an example how this can impact you. Advait is a living example in front of you. You take that decision. You understand what is your strength and what is your opportunity, and take a call. Don't leave your decisions with others. You take that decision in your hand and work for that decision and prove it to people that the decision was right. And only request I have is, this is your life and this is your world that you are going to live. Please make use of this opportunity before it is too late. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Sri Rajesh George Kulangara, MD, Labour India Group of Institutions, for that heart-rendering and inspiring words of concluding remarks. The concept of UN Replica took inception in the mind of our mentor, Ambassador T.P. Srinivasan, IFS, one of the most seasoned diplomats of India. It has been an honor to know and work closely with you, sir, and on behalf of all of the Labour India community and on my personal behalf, along with all the delegates who are present here, who partook in your wisdom, partook in your experiences, we thank you for your patient guidance and continuous support. We are grateful for your patient mentoring and deeply honored to have this opportunity to closely interact with you and garner your nuanced takes on policies of international relations. And I now request you, dear sir, to deliver the valedictory address to Labour India UN Replica 2024 and declare the event closed.
Thank you very much, Principal. Thank you very much, Rajesh, for all those kind words. UN Replica has become a part of my life, and it has happened here. And the person who is responsible for making it happen is Rajesh. And so it has been a very good cooperation between the two of us, and that has kept this going for the last 9 years. It is true, I have been celebrating my 80th birthday. The whole of this year, I must have cut at least 18 cakes I have so far counted. So this is the 19th cake I am getting on my 80th birthday. And it happens to be very close to my heart, the United Nations too. But I had never thought that we would be growing together like that. I went to the United Nations in 1979 as a young diplomat without knowing what the United Nations was all about. And it remained consistently with me. For some reason, my government kept sending me back to the UN again and again. No other Indian diplomat has been posted so many times to the United Nations. Capitals like New York, like Vienna, like Geneva, and Nairobi. So all these headquarters of the UN I have worked. And so UN has become a part of my life. And it is very nostalgic for me to even be in a model United Nations, and even if it is not the real thing. And in fact, this has been inspiring me even more. And so this whole idea was created in this campus, and I'm glad we have done the 9th year, and our hope and aspiration is that the 10th year we will go to the United Nations itself in New York some way or the other. So let's hope and pray that it happens. I must say, the person of the year or the person of this session is Rosemary and nobody else. Let us give her a big hand. She has... When I came here for the first time, she was maybe a 9-year-old girl with a little ponytail. And she has grown not only into a mature young lady, but also the champion of the UN that we had. And on the first day I discovered that she has made it herself indispensable and me dispensable. Because when I was conducting in a particular way, I realized that she was doing as well as I could, or if not better. So we should declare her the person of this session of the UN. When I came here, I asked her whether Domil is coming, because many of you may know him. He is a youngster whom we trained. And by the last session came, he could take over 2 United Nations, not 1. So Rajesh asked Rosemary, do you miss Domil? Then she said, yeah, a little bit. So I could see that she is ready to take over, and she has done it extremely well. And I'm so glad that you can carry this on, even without me, but I'll certainly be here whenever you want me. And the other addition to this session is Gokul, who has become my disciple. We are like the old days of Gurukula Vidyabhasam. So he's mostly with me all the time. And I think his eyes were also open to this particular event, because he came here and tasted it. He still doesn't find everything very happy as he thinks it should be, but he is learning the limitations and also learning how to manage with the hesitations we have. As to all these young ladies who looked after me and newer friends, I have no words to thank them. They have been more than generous and kind. And as far as the participants this year, I can tell you without any exaggeration that you have been the best I have seen. Really. Because it was very smooth. We have had difficulties earlier. Sometimes I, intervene, but this time I did very little intervention because everything worked so well. You are so well trained. It was so well organized that I could see that you could manage it extremely well. I wouldn't say there were any mistakes at any time. And my happiest moment was the informal consultations, as we call it in the Security Council. I made you all fight against each other. That was great fun. You're all very formal, very gentle, very diplomatic. But that is not what was expected at that particular moment. And look at it. We are play acting, I always tell you. We are doing something somebody else has done already. But you changed it today. That was a very remarkable experience for me. Russia got isolated in this world today. Not one word of appreciation to Russia. That is not the truth. For example, I don't know what happened to the Chinese delegate who should be supporting the Russians all the time. How about all these other small non-aligned states who are afraid of saying anything bad to the superpowers? But the villain of the day in the world today is President Putin. There is no question. We have a good relationship with Russia, and we have an indispensable relation with Russia. I have served in Russia in 1974 when I was a young diplomat. And we learned to depend on Russia. But always we have to judge countries and people by what they do, not just what we understand they do. And so today I saw that suddenly the world turned against Russia in your ways, without your realizing it. Because what Russia has done is a major crime against humanity. There are others, like the Prime Minister of Israel. But today our discussion was on this, and the way we isolated Russia and told him that all these tricks will not work. You need to bring about peace in this world. And that is what Mr. Narendra Modi has been saying to Putin for the last 2 years. We have been not criticizing him, condemning him, but he kept telling him, Mr. President, this is not the time for war. This is the time for negotiation, time for reconciliation and cooperation. And we have maintained that all through. Everybody criticized for supporting Putin. True, we didn't condemn him. We understood his problems. But a time had come when we had to say this much and no further. And that is what you did today. You told Russia this much and no further. And that is the hope that I see in this world. Because no dictator, no powerful man can continue to destroy the world like this. I think he and Netanyahu will emerge as the villains, not heroes of this century. And so you reflected it so well, and I was very happy. And I let you go uncontrolled. And that exactly is the feeling in the world today. Whatever you may say diplomatically, the buck stops with Russia and Netanyahu. Unless these two gentlemen change the world, we will face disaster. And so that is the lesson that you should carry home from this UN replica. That the UN has to be revived. The UN is virtually on its deathbed because all the calculations of 1945 have gone wrong. As I told you, when a permanent member fights a war against another member of the UN is dead. Because this was not the purpose of having permanent members or veto power. So you have learned something new here. I have learned something new here. Because when you analyze issues and come to the conclusions, you will know that you may be doing differently from the rest of the world, but that is the future. So young people like you who are ready to face the realities and face it strongly and very deliberately, then the UN has a future, the world has a future. And it is that happiness that I conclude this. Thank you all very much for all the kind consideration. I was virtually, literally led everywhere, and now I live alone at home. So this was a great treat for all of you, and thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much, Srinivasan sir, for your words of encouragement, your recollection of the past 2 days, and your appreciation for our delegates and the organization of UN Replica 2024. We approach the much anticipated moment of recognizing excellence, and I request Mr. Advait Vijay, 2 times UNR Best Delegate and a Labour India alumnus, to announce the awards. I also humbly request delegates. I also request the dignitaries to join him.
It's with my absolute honor that I stand before you to declare the results of the 9th edition of the UN Replica 2024. Without further ado, I would like to move on with the evaluatory ceremony. But before that, I would like to reassure everyone that all of you have done remarkably well. But some of you have gone beyond the benchmark, and they would be awarded the Best Delegate, the High Commendation, and the Special Mention. So let me just begin with the Best Delegate. It's with immense happiness that I announce the Best Delegate of the UN General Assembly. That is, the Delegate of Ecuador, Sierra Anna Roy from Don Bosco Public School. I congratulate you for your particular feat. please come forward to receive your prize. Now, I would like to announce the best delegate of the Security Council. The Security Council's Best Delegate Award goes to the Delegate of Japan, Rebecca Anna Jacob from the Rajagiri College of Social Sciences, Kalmasheri. And the one delegate who stood out the most in the UN Replica 2024's 9th edition, the overall Best Delegate Award, goes to Brian Binoy from the Labour India Curriculum Public School. Now, we announce the High Commendation Award, which was at par with the benchmark performance. In particular order, I deliver the first High Commendation Award goes to Sohat A. Robin, University College, Trivandrum. The second High Commendation awardee is the Delegate of Korea, Shivanand from SCMS College of Engineering and Technology.
I request the delegates to please give them a loud round of applause, please.
Some of our delegates got recognized. They made themselves feel recognized, and they would be known as the special mentions. I welcome the delegate of Mozambique, Ishan D. from the Labour India Curriculum Public School. Congratulations to all the winners.
I request the dignitaries and the chief guest to please remain standing. As a gesture of our heartfelt appreciation, we shall now honor our dearest chief mentor, Sri T.P. Srinivasan IFS, with the traditional Ponnada. I kindly invite our managing director, Sri Rajesh George Kulangara, to adorn him with this token of respect and affection. I request all the dignitaries to join in honoring him, and I invite the delegates to give a resounding round of applause.
As we cherish the memories of this remarkable event, I now request Sri T.P. Srinivasan sir to present a commemorative memento to Ms. Rosemary Jose as a token of our gratitude.
We had two very diligent judges who were taking very special attention to what each of you has mentioned, what your positions, what your country's position has been on individual agenda items that we discussed. And we would like to take this opportunity to thank them for their gracious presence, their detailed attention to whatever you've said, the suggestions that you've made, the amendments that you've suggested, and after following the strict rubrics that they had created themselves, they came to this, winners that we announced just now. I would like to request Gokul K, research scholar at Somaya University, to please come forward and receive our memento from our mentor, Sri T.P. Srinivasan. I also request Mr. Jis Joseph, psychology major, who took part in the judgment, to receive the memento from our chief mentor, Ambassador T.P. Srinivasan, IFS. Thank you, everyone. Please take your seats. As we conclude this memorable confluence of intelligence of 2 days, let us reflect on the essence of United Nations, striving for a better, peaceful world through cooperation and understanding. Our students, our delegates, have exemplified the spirit of diplomacy and global citizenship, and we hope these experiences will shape them into compassionate and responsible future leaders. To bring a formal close to this event, I request our resident principal, Dr. Sorry for the confusion. We have the certificate distribution ceremony now. I'm really sorry for the confusion. I request Srinivasan sir to give away the certificates of participation to our distinguished delegates. I hand over the mic to the teachers to announce the names and the delegates.
Fida Fatima, Shubhang Vijay, Nathania Mariam, Gada Smita, Christo Karvasis, Joel John, Rebecca Ann Jacob, Abhiya Rajesh, Sanjo Roy, Shivanand V, Anantu Krishnan, Joseph Babu, Sohat A. Robin, Alina Maria Ajish, Sonu Saji, Richin Manoy, Sandra Matthew, Hefzibah Matthew, Swera Anna Roy, Abhiram J. Aisling Sanju Matthew, Anirudh Prasad, Anirudh Prasad, Alvin Anil, Ashwin Panikar, Brian Binoy, Leonid Abel Jacob, Ashwin Panikar, Brian Binoy, Leonid Abel Jacob, Vaishnav A, Patrick Guruvilla, Jason Jolly, Abhijit Suresh, Sony Binoy, Farhan Mohammed, Namita Biju, Albert Edwin, P. Shiny, Geetika, Bhavana, Evan Shibu, Alan Daniel, Alex James, Arjun Krishna, Ashwin Stanley, Liban J. Matthew, Mahi R, Rohan B, Srihari Pushparaj, Vinayak Biju, Vipalti Bhakmat, Komu Santosh, Colin Biju. Midun Chakravarti.
Chungma M. Majib, Karthik Shambhu S,
Delegates,
Pranav Koshi, P. Mahadev, R. Karthik, Rayan R. Nair, Satvik M.
Delegates who have not received their certificate and someone else's certificate, we have set up a table here towards the left of the convention center where you can address your grievances. You will receive your right certificate from the desk there. Thank you so much.
Yogi, Alina Shaji, Ruben, Anupama, Avantika, S. Abhinaya, B. Dakshyani, Marita Simon, Pratibha and Vinu, Reena R, Dilli Karthik M, Ishan D, Nikhil George, Moshe, Joshua, Shreyas JS, Aksa Andrew, Karthik, Shainas, Surya, Yamuna, Ajan, Nirupan, Arundhati Augustine, Gautam, Dev Gayatri, Sukumaran R, Aaron S. Matthew, P. Gurutejita, Rayan, F. Anish, Shakil Vidit, Ved Priya, Kangana, Babji, Arjun V.S., Albert, Adharvan, Bharat Shibu, Bharat, Joel Abraham, George Thomas, Joshua Shaji Varghese, Harold Rajesh George,
Hanna Mariam George, Dhyan K.S., R. Devanarayanan, Ascot P. Advait, Abhinan Vinod, P. Abhishek, D. Pavan Sudha, C. H. Dani, K. Rushikesh, Radhanaku, Krishna Hari, Nia Maria, Sarah Sara Bastin, Jonah Joseph, Harika, Madhumita Rajesh, Angela Ann James, Chilla Kusuma Sai. M. Karthik, S. Shyam, T. Chandu Babu, Muhammad Zayan, Neil Nirnav Menon, Ryan George Sharian, Diya Srikanth, Ruben Sanoj, Nevin, Gauri Srinivas, Adidev Subhash, Adinath Subhash, Anirved, Alan Jomi, Dian Ebin, Georgie Jojo Thomas, Govind Krishna, Ivan, Johan Joseph, Juan Jacob, Kashinath R, Kevin Benji, Manish NS, David Anson Matthew, Dikshin, Prithvi, Ashley. Arvin Anjo, Ron Anjo, Nihar Ajit, Naveed M, Joel Anthony. Abhiram Girish, Arjit S, Prarthana R, Ansa Andrew. Sanuragas Nair, Vignan Rishi, Viresh Vijay. Advik VS, Nia Jijo, Anika, Aditya, Oswin D, N Nazin, Deva. Vaishnavi Nanda, Advait S, Eric.
And conflict resolution, which was nothing short of what international diplomats work in. We are coming to the valedictory session. We are coming to a close of these 2 days. As we reflect on the essence of United Nations, of collaboration and surviving and striving for a better, peaceful world, you all, the delegates, have exemplified the spirit of UN Replica in your actions and your words. And we hope these experiences that you take away from this campus will continue to influence you and shape you into compassionate and responsible future leaders.
Mark on this event. Also thank Mr. Domil, our alumnus who guided the delegates through an online orientation. To all our esteemed dignitaries, judges and guests who honored us with their presence, thank you for supporting and encouraging our young delegates. I would also like to express our immense pride and gratitude to the brilliant student delegates who participated with enthusiasm, passion and diplomacy. You have truly embodied the spirit of the United Nations and proved that the future is in capable hands. A special note of thanks goes to our alumnus, Mr. Adwai, who took the time to attend this event and be a part of this occasion. Your continued connection to our institution and your engagement to current students exemplify the spirit of the Labour India family. I thank the organizing committee, faculty members and staff who worked tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure the event's success. Your hard work and dedication have been remarkable. As we bring this remarkable journey to a close, let's take this with us, the lessons of diplomacy, collaboration and mutual respect. Together, let's continue to inspire and empower young minds to create a world that thrives on peace and understanding. Thank you all and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you so much, Resident Principal Dr. Anita Andrew. On behalf of Labour India Educational Institutions, I once again extend our deepest gratitude to all our distinguished guests, delegates and contributors who made this event a resounding success. Let us continue to uphold the principles of the United Nations and work towards a world where there are not just ideals, but a way of life. And on a conclusion note, I would like to remind every one of you that success is not final. Failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts. All the very best. Thank you, everyone.